I don't know who remembers me or why. That's the other question. Why would they? Do I owe them money? There's a distinct possibility that somebody must think I owe them something. Nevertheless, here we are. I'm just having a terrible time lately with technology, and I can't take it, Ned, which is kind of odd because I'm speaking to you now through various satellites and all kinds of computer connections. But I want to get back to something old-fashioned like the tarot cards. You know, I mean, I had books to mail out, and I couldn't print the postage. You know, that's a problem because I hate canceling orders because of technological stuff. And by the way, as long as I'm talking about books, you know, let's get into this because there is a sale now. It's for the next 3 days only, and I think it's worth looking into. You can go over to mojoacademy.org and see the list of books there. And if you buy any of our books from the printing plant, you will be able to get 20% off. I'm going to put a little thing up there at the head of that page. But you can find it. This is the reason you should be following me at Twitter. It's not because I get into arguments with people on Twitter, which is what Twitter is really for, as far as I understand. It's for yelling and screaming at people. I like to use Twitter for informational purposes. And if you follow me at Twitter, just, at REVELIOT, Rev Elliott, you'll find me there. You'll get things like this 20% discount for the next 3 days from any of our books. And that is really definitely, that is a good chunk. That's a hefty bite out of the book cost. And that's only available if you get it through the printing plant, where it's cheaper anyway. I charge less for the books right from the printing plant than I do from Amazon because you buy them there. I don't have to do anything, it just, they come straight to you. So that's the way to do it. You go to mojoacademy.org. And mojoacademy.org, and all of the books are there. And if you go to at Rev Elliott at Twitter, you'll find the special 20% off sale. But I'll give you the code. I'll give you the checkout code now. It's 20 more books, 20 more books, all in capital letters. 20 though as numbers. Just use that as the checkout code. 20 more books. And you will get 20% off of any of our books at mojoacademy.org. But I will definitely be posting that somewhere for you to look at, because that's important to know. Things are so expensive now. This is why, for instance, I've cut the prices of my tarot readings in half. Not because I'm interested in losing money. I'm not losing money actually, because I'm not. It doesn't cost me anything really, other than a phone call to make these, to do these things, and even that. The call really doesn't cost me anything because I pay the bill anyway for the phone. We don't pay by the call anymore. The thing is that I'm doing it half off because we need a break. Every one of us needs a break, and it's very important to have your priorities set, like food and rent and mortgage and gasoline and things like that. So I don't expect that tarot readings come very high on people's list of priorities. But if you're interested in doing one with me, just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Check the page that says tarot reading. Or you could just look at the homepage because it's there too. And you'll see what my rates are for private readings, and cut that in half. Just cut it in half. Just take a saw and chop it up. Cut it in half. Because that's the way I want to do it. And I'm going to keep that going for the foreseeable future. And I know because I foresee the future. So there you go, right? That's what the tarot cards help me do. So what else we got to do? What's going on in the world today? Well, I had surgery yesterday, and well, here I am again today. So a man's got to do what he's got to do, right? I'm so tired of having missed shows that I don't care. That they rummaged around with my insides, and fine. That's you guys got a mortgage to pay too. Doctors have to keep money into the yachts. Yachts eat up a lot of money, so they need to do all kinds of stuff. So I'm more than happy to cooperate. But this is my angle on money. Is I had a friend years ago who was a very, very funny comic who used to say, money's great, but it's not worth working for. And I certainly can understand that. It's not worth killing yourself over. I mean, these people who work themselves to death, it's so sad. Here we are listening to an old man at death's door, who's coming to you from New York City, which is not the most popular place in the world right now, I can tell you that. But things are going to get better. Things are improving. We have some shifts going on here that are changing things, and that's good, because certain people can only take a certain amount of abuse. I'm not getting into the political aspects of this, but policy is politics, and politeness. They all come from the same root. So we're just, here we're going to just spend time looking at the more mystical things in life. We're not going to get bogged down in the mundane politics where everybody is saying, no, your person is bad, and no, your person is bad, and we're all bad. No, we don't need that kind of stuff. We have loftier aims, don't we? And that's one of the things that tarot helps us with. You can find out more about what I do at magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and also, since we're talking about discounts on books, that 20% off on all our books, I would strongly suggest 2 books for you, because I talk about these all the time. One is called Unmasking Fear. This is the time to get that book, because you can get it for 20% off. And the other book, by the way, this is just me shuffling up the cards. The other book is Reverend Elliot Explains It All, where I share my philosophy about life and magic and all that kind of stuff. So keep those books in mind, but also take a look at all of those. One of the books I sent out today was called it was about numbers magic, the power of numbers. Fascinating old book. There's some wonderful old books that fell into neglect, and we restored them at Mojo Brothers. The crowning achievement of our restorations was the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. We're the only people who sell new copies of the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. These were little tiny booklets that were put out in the 1930s that are quite fragile now. I used to have an original set, and that's one of the things that I did. Because I had a set from the 1930s, I scanned it and I meticulously restored it, and I got rid of typos, and I got rid of some of those bizarre things that these books used to have, such as a sentence that just stops in the middle of a paragraph and then is continued a page later. We fixed all of that stuff, and we got the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. You can find that too for 20% off at the printing plant in hardcover or paperback. Nobody else has it at all, and especially not hardcover. They will soon be available again at Amazon, but they're not there now. They're sold out at Amazon. These are books that they're costly, but they sell out, and they are a fountain of esoteric occult knowledge. If you want to hang on for 1 second, the mute button here so that I can sneeze. No, it's not happening. Nope, that sneeze is died-born in my nose. I'm one of those people who all you have to do is stare at a lamp and I start sneezing. I'm photosensitive. It makes me sneeze. I don't know where that comes from. They say it's genetic. I don't know what the evolutionary advantage is to that, except that it maybe stopped people 1 million years ago from staring at the sun. I don't know. But if anybody out there knows why, there are some of us out there who look at lights and start sneezing. let me know. I'd certainly like to know what the point of that was. So we're all shuffled up now. The elections are over for now, although they're still trying to shove 2028 on us already. You see what I mean? This is why I want everybody to read Unmasking Fear, because that's the whole thing. They keep people in a state of fear perpetually, and you know, there's no respite at all, because once the election is over, they want you to be scared about the next one. It's just horrific what the way people do that, and then they wonder why we have a society that is addicted to antidepressants and anxiety pills. What did you expect if you go around spending millions of dollars making people scared all the time? Come on, you know. We can get around that. I have a CD from this goes back to the 1950s. It's a record called Psycholaxation. This guy was way ahead of his time. You can check that out at Mojo Brothers, Mojo Academy, with the Mojo Brothers books and audio, mojoacademy.org. And you can see Psycholaxation there. That is one of the early, that was, you know, that was records. That was an LP. And we put it out as a CD. And it's something that means you can stick it into your computer. That means you can strip it off the audio and stick it in an MP3 player and just lie down in bed and hear it. That is a distinct advantage to, you know, these people had to put their hi-fi set right next to the bed if they wanted to use it. But check that out too, Psycholaxation, because this is very important, because people have always had problems with anxiety. But it's epidemic now because there's an industry called the news that exists only to create anxiety addicts. And it's a very addicting thing. There are people who get addicted to anxiety and fear. I think we all know somebody like that. Oh, it's just, you know, it's being done deliberately for making money. That's just awful. So look, let's leave all that stuff behind. I said I had a technologically bad day today, starting with my printer. Let's leave all that stuff behind and let's jump back into the Middle Ages with tarot cards and pull back the curtain on the magical window and do some readings. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare that we are now entering sacred space. And our first caller tonight is Jennifer in Albany, Oregon. Hi, Jennifer. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How are you today?
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. How are you?
We got a little delay here, so it's like I'm talking to myself. Yes. Yeah, you must think I'm half deaf or something. Yeah, no, I'm doing fine, considering I'm still here, right? You know, how are you?
Stress.
Stress? Well, what can we do to make that better? How can we ease your stress?
I have a lot of things going on between my mother-in-law, home, financially, just wondering where everything is going to be going here. And I'm scared of my procedure coming up. And
well, I'll tell you, you talk about where things are going. I have a card here that shows that there's that shows you moving from you're going to start moving away from things in your life that aren't working for you, and moving towards things that are. I think that you've hit a point where you're going to have to start doing that for yourself probably, and it's going to take strength, because that's the next card, is the strength card. You have the 7 of Cups here, which shows that you have a very active and fertile imagination. So you can handle this. You can see what to do, and you have spiritual power. Do you do anything in the occult range or in mysticism? Because I have the High Priestess card here for you.
No, I mean, I bought stuff to smudge, and I'm reading on that, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Okay, well, you're dabbling in it, so you're getting started, but I see that this shows me that you have power, and that'll be good. I want you to be optimistic about this, because the Star is the card that I got for you, which is a major card also. You have 3 major cards here: Strength, the High Priest, and the Star. And the Star is about optimism. So I think you're actually, you're heading towards a good place. Like, I think you're tired of being stressed, right?
Yeah.
Well, when some of us just, I know I'm like that, is that I will let people push me around a little bit until I just say no, I don't want any more of that. And they get surprised. They get shocked. But I see you moving towards, as I said, leaving the things in your life that are not working for you and getting into the things that are working for you. And that's very good. The Chariot is here, which is also like the Strength card. It shows that you are able to move this is a person who's running a chariot with a red or a black, sometimes white or black horse. Which is they're trying to pull him in all directions here, but the driver is going to take that chariot the way he or she wants it to go. So you're taking control of these things. The Wheel of Fortune says you're definitely in a time of change, and the World is the next card, which is a card of assured success. You got a lot of major cards here, which tells me that this is a very important point in your life. So go with your feelings, because you're headed in a very good direction. The direction is this: the Ten of Swords. That's a card that means life has thrown its worst at you, but you're still here, and you're going to, you may have been knocked down a little bit, but you're going to get up and you're going to be fine. So you've got reason to be happy, because the resources to do this are all inside you. That's the Strength card, the Chariot card, all of that, and the Star is excellent, and the High Priestess is excellent also. And these are all major cards. So the major cards, there's not that many in the deck. There's 22 in the deck. So that means so many show up. It means this is an important reading for you. Okay, so this show will be at the Ask One Radio archive shortly, and at askoneradio.com. You may want to go back and listen to it after we are done here, because it's you're headed for you're really growing, is what I see here, and it's going to work out really well for you. Yeah, here's the Judgment. It's like a card of rebirth for you. This is marvelous. Okay.
Okay.
So keep the Star in mind. That's the card of optimism and hope, because you may not move as fast as you want, but you're getting there. Okay, that's what counts, is that you are getting there. Is there anything else you want to look at?
I guess my career.
Your career. Are you looking for new work?
No, I just want to get higher or get paid more, or...
Well, what I see here is the Eight of Coins, and that's generally about a person starting a new job, but it could be an assignment within your job that you already have. It doesn't mean a new position. It could mean something new coming your way there. Now, the thing is that this shows a person who will take this thing and apply herself really well and do very well and be rewarded for that. And there's the Sun, which is the card of healing and health and growth and happiness. So I think that there's going to be some good possibilities of career-wise of growth for you too. Okay?
Okay. One last thing
Sure.
about my procedure coming up. I'm having a colonoscopy and endoscopy, and I've had pull-ups down in the past, and my stomach's been hurting, and I had a really bad year last year. I had my gallbladder out, and I was sick and really depressed. And
Well, it sounds like you're describing me there. I've had my gallbladder out. I've had all kinds. I sure can identify. Look, all I can tell you, I'll look at some cards here, but you're doing the right thing, getting professional help here. That's the main thing. I think things are going to end up okay. Well, I don't want to use the word "end up." That sounds terrible in this context. I think things are going well because I got again the World, which is a card of assured success. And remember, you had the Sun card earlier, which is about healing and health and growth and happiness, but mostly with healing. So I think you're in the right track, that you'll get through this. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle the cards up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that kisses off all the technology that we've developed and goes right back to the ancient tarot cards and looks through those cards. There's a magical window that tells us, it shows us things going on in our life that we don't see otherwise. And you just heard an example of how that works. If you're interested in a private reading, remember I said I'm running a half price sale. So check those prices at magic-works.com and keep me busy. Keep me working, keep me occupied. I mean, I love talking to people anyway, and we'll probably do the reading for longer than you want anyway, because I'm a natural blabbermouth. But you don't get charged extra for that, that's for sure. I mean, there's one price, you'll see the prices, you cut that in half, and there you go, right? Then your time is your time with me, and nobody else gets in on that. Christy in Melbourne in Australia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you there, down under and in the future? It's tomorrow,
Very
right?
well. In the future, that's exactly right. So we are
Right.
Thursday the 5th, and it's about 3:30 here, p.m.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well, so this is a big planet,
Into the future, what do you want to know?
I'd like to know how the stock market closed. It doesn't work. It doesn't quite work like that, does
That's
it?
right. No, that's exactly right, unfortunately.
Well, now that we've mocked everything that I do, let's see, what would you like me to do?
I'd love to know. I'm going through a bit of a transition in my life right now, and currently recently moved interstate down to Melbourne, doing working full time. I myself am a holistic therapist, so I'm coming back into the muggle life, as I say, and finding it a little difficult. And I guess I just want know a little bit about my career, which sort of direction to go in.
Well, I see that. I see
so any guidance?
You're quite definitely in a period of change.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is easy for you, though, because I have here the Seven of Rods, which is a person who can sweep away obstacles. It's very good.
Yes.
The Tower struck by lightning is here, and the Ace of Swords are here. So that's sudden changes, and the Ace of Swords is about developing new ways of thinking. So you're growing, you're changing, you feel it, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah.
It's in your unconscious.
And I've had opportunity.
Pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to your dreams because the moon is here. That's a card of the unconscious. I rarely get that card for people. I happen to like that, but pay attention to what's going on in your dreams because you're going to communicate with yourself that way. And you're going to there's money coming your way. I can't put it any other way than that. There's a Six of Coins here as a card of getting money. So it looks like you're going to be increasing your earning power. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
I've had an opportunity come up in work. So, so I don't know whether to apply for this job or,
Well, according to this, you should. Just see what happens. The Six of Rods is here. That's a card of success, great success. So you're doing okay. The thing is, the card I have from the past here is the Eight of Swords, where you felt restricted. You felt like you couldn't really move. You felt tied up. But you're freeing yourself for that. You're absolutely free. You see that sword, which is mental activity. You can cut your way out of with that. And the Eight of Swords, the person is tied to swords, and all she has to do is move and cut the ropes. So it's a very deep card that way. But I see that this is a time of change for you, a time of growth, and you're going to do very well with it. It's just that kind of stuff, a lot of people resist it. I think you've been welcoming it.
Yes, I have been. I've been talking about it, when I run an online circle with people that we've been in that tower. A lot of us, the collective energy, has been in that tower card moment. It's like the tower card, everything must crumble before, we can rise and, reverse.
Sometimes sudden destructive change can be good. You know that. You need to get rid of certain bad things in your life. So there's no value judgment there, but the key to this is the moon. Because your mind is growing and changing, and your mind is going to try to contact you. Do you keep a dream journal by any chance?
Actually, no, I haven't been, but I've been getting the calling to do that. So you are my next, you're the second. Yeah, so so thank you. I need to do that. Yeah.
Give it a shot, because we lose our dreams so fast that we just forget.
Yes.
So that will definitely give you some material to work with. But I see I don't see anything negative coming up here. In fact, I see that the Ace of Cups is here. So even emotionally and intellectually, you have the Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups. Emotionally and intellectually, this is going to be a very good time of growth for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay?
Thank you. I need that. Thank you. It's been a rough year. I think for a lot of people, but I know with myself in my case.
Well, you'll be doing fine. Okay? You keep me posted if you want. My email is asktaro@earthlink.net. You can, this goes for anybody listening. You can drop me a line anytime you want. I don't charge people to communicate with them. I'm not, I know some people do, but I don't. I'd love to hear from you to see how this develops, okay? Let me know.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye now. And look at that. We're halfway through. I made it, you see. I missed so many shows, you see, while I was very sick. But I'm not very sick anymore. I'm certainly not in the peak of health, but they're keeping me alive. And more than that, they're keeping me strong. They're doing very well with me. I'm very tough on doctors. I have to tell you that. I mean, I question them all over the place. And if a doctor doesn't like my questions, I fire that person. I say, go away. Don't ever talk to me again. And I've done that. And I had a team of doctors come at me and say, why did you do that to that doctor? I said, because he was insulting me. He was demanding that I never question him. So I won't question him, because I won't talk to him. I won't see him. I closed the iron door on him. And there you go, right? There's nothing wrong with asking questions. There was a medication that he wanted me to take, and I said, what is that for? And he was exasperated. Now come on, don't you think we have a right to know why we're taking what we're taking? So there you go. Just be very careful of these authority figures. In fact, I was kind of nasty to the guy at one point who he was upset that I wasn't obeying him. And I said, listen, the fact that you went to trade school doesn't give you the right to order me around. And man, that I hit him in the ego with that one. It was a little cruel, but hey, whatever. What are you going to do, right? Well, let's get back to the calls, as now that we're halfway through the show. And we're going to Wisconsin now for Ophelia. Hi, Ophelia. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. Thank you.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Okay.
What would you like to know from the cards?
I don't know.
Just you and me talking.
How about my current job?
Your what?
My work right now.
Your work?
Is there any improvements or like salary increase?
I have the Temperance card and the Two of Swords here, it's a very interesting combination. Have things been hectic at work?
Yeah.
Because this tells me that it's going to come back into balance very soon. This is another card. I get this a lot these days. It's the Sun, which says that you're going to enter a period of healing and health and growth, and you'll do very well. But right now, the lack of balance in work, which can be very frustrating, I see that coming to an end. So that can help you out. The Temperance card is about returning balance, and the Two of Swords, things are balanced there too. Okay?
Can I ask something else?
Sure.
Can you be able to, I lost my daughter. Yeah.
You lost your daughter? Your daughter? Oh,
yeah.
That's so sad. What would you like me to do?
I feel like I just want to know.
Do you want to see if there's a message from the other side?
Yeah. Yes.
Because what I have here is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards I look for when I get a reading like that. So I'm going to take this as a message. The card I have here is the Star. This is usually what happens with these kind of readings, is the message is one about happiness. The Star is about hope and health, and rather hope and optimism. The Sun is about health here. I have that also. The World is here, which is about success. These are three major cards, and the High Priestess, of course, is a major card. So the message I'm getting is that things are going to be are very well for your daughter where she is in that plane of existence. Here's the Death card. That also shows up when I'm getting a reading like this. The message is don't worry about me, that I'm growing, I'm healing. I mean, she had some problems in life, did she?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You don't have to go into any private details. Seriously, you don't have to get that deep into it publicly. But the message is, I'm growing, I'm healing, things are looking up for me, and I'm feeling good. Here's another card, which is Perfected Happiness. So the message I'm getting to convey to you is, I'm doing much better than I've ever done before. Okay?
That's really, I feel good with hearing that.
Because spiritually, the soul is growing. That's the main thing, and is finding a happiness that she couldn't find here. Okay?
Thank you.
I will light a candle, a white candle, to send positive energy to the spirit of your daughter and to you. How's that?
That's very great. I'm so thankful. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care now. Bye-bye. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, who, gosh, how long have I been doing this? Over 10 years, right? Gee, that's a long time here. And the cards never fail to amaze me. I can't take this for granted. Well, of course, I hear people even writing. They'll say, I don't take it for granted. Oh, yeah. What's happening to the language, right? But I'm going to plug this right now. And I think it's worth doing. This is not a book that you'll be able to get for 20% off right now, because it's only available through Amazon or directly from me, but mostly Amazon is the way to get it, because it comes with a CD. It's a book and a CD. That'll teach you how to read tarot cards. That'll teach you that you can do this too. It's very interesting work, and I highly recommend it. There was a time when almost all people were conversant in the use of these cards. And I don't mean the 1960s, There was a time, no hippie was caught without his tarot cards, right? But you might want to look at this book of mine, which is called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and that'll teach you how to do it in a lighthearted, whimsical way, and shares my experiences, and it'll help you grow. If some of you are thinking about it, So just do it, okay? Check out Reverend Elliott's Magical Window at Amazon or at mojoacademy.org. Heather in Asheville, North Carolina is next. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Yes. Sorry, let me get my phone up here.
Get your what?
Sorry, I put my phone down for a second.
Oh, I thought you said let me get my thumb in here.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that didn't make much sense to me.
No, I was wanting to get a reading for me and Rob Perry. Do you need birth dates?
No.
My birthday's... Okay, you don't need it.
No, it's not necessary. Just tell me what you'd like to know. What is it you want to look at?
Well, he is my twin flame who passed last year's brother. And I was wanting to have some sort of connection with him. And I wanted to get a reading over someone else too, that I've currently been seeing. I can't believe I forgot his name, but I'm worried that
women, huh?
Yeah, well, we dated last year, and I've been going through a lot. I
understand. You're probably a little nervous talking.
I've had fluid on the brain too, but I'm trying to figure out if this person that I saw today, can you just look into that first?
Yeah, let's do that.
If he's somebody that I need to be careful of or not be around. I'm just worried about that first.
Well, I tell you, these I'm not getting particularly happy cards here.
Associated with him?
I'm getting cards of sorrow and sadness and struggle.
If I were to deal with him?
That's what I'm seeing now. Yeah, this could change, but at this point, you might want to reconsider this. I mean, none of this stuff is permanent. You know what I mean?
Kind of. Well, I've had a lot of sorrow, but it's connected to him. I don't really know him that well. So I felt something was off.
I certainly don't know him at all, but I'm picking up that same stuff, you know.
Negative. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of that. I'll just. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, give him a little more. Give him some more time. And then we'll look.
No, I'm not. No, that's not what I was asking. God, he just got out of something. I was just wondering if he was someone that I don't need to be around, like someone that's not healthy to be around, like someone that I need to be careful.
Based on these cards, I wouldn't recommend it. Let's put it that way.
Okay, it's not just because he's having a rough time. It's deeper than that, right?
I could look deeper at some point, but I don't know how deep you want to go into that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, so Rob Perry, he's my twin flame's brother. My twin flame died last year in an accident. Jason Perry and his brother. What is the energy there?
Okay, for you, the potential for you and he.
Yes. I mean, I'm not wanting a relationship. I'm just wondering if, what I need to anticipate with that.
Well, I have the Two of Cups here, which is about a new relationship with somebody. I've got the Six of Cups. Now, it's interesting that cups are here because that's about romantic involvement. The Six of Cups is that this tells me that this is bringing up memories from the past for you.
Yeah, and for him too, I'm sure.
Yeah,
yeah.
The Page of Cups, the Lover's card, it's all here.
But he's hesitating right now, isn't he?
Well, I would just say, yeah. I've got a severe card here, which is the Five of Swords, which tells me that there's something that he's not being open or honest about.
Oh, what do you feel like that is?
Is he like that?
I don't know. What do you feel like that is?
I just see that he's just not quite as open as you might want him to be.
No, he's not, because he's hesitant to. I haven't even talked to him yet, but he's liked my. Not yet, but we were when I was in Memphis. but then he quit talking to me. But now, like, I know that he's going to come. Like, I feel it.
I have a feeling
he liked something on Facebook and didn't keep it.
I have a feeling that you know which way you feel about this, but you don't want to deal with that at this moment. You know, that these questions you're asking me show that you are hesitant about all this.
What do you mean hesitant? About what?
About getting involved. Or you wouldn't be asking me, you know? That's what I think is what I see.
Well, I need to figure out what he's going to do.
Ask him.
No, that's not how it's working. He's probably just going to show up.
Okay, well then, when he shows up, ask him. Ask him, why'd you show up?
Well,
See what happened.
Can you tell me, what did the card say about that other guy?
Which other guy now?
The one that I just asked you about.
Well, I'm seeing the possibility of a relationship here. I've got the Page of Cups.
No, not Rob Perry, the one that you told me to get away from. Were those really, really bad cards?
They were pretty bad cards. And now...
What were they?
The Six of... Well, I shuffled them up again. I mean, I'm off to the next set of cards here now. The Six of Swords is here, which is getting away from... going from something that's trouble to something that's calm.
Away from him, basically.
Well, that's who we're asking about, so we'll see. But, you know, the people are very complex. I mean, there's a lot of potential here, I can see, but the hesitancy is coming from somewhere, right?
No, I haven't even seen Rob Perry. I'm talking about the person I just asked you now.
Yes.
I'm worried about Rob Perry because I feel like the significance of the connection is way bigger than this other person, but this other person I've already seen in person again, so.
Well, tell me exactly who you want to ask about and give me a specific question.
Harry, I want to figure out when am I going to see him, when are going to be able to have like some sort of, I guess, friendship or something. I don't expect an immediate relationship after that. No, I just whatever.
I have cards here of stagnation and unhappiness and nothing moving. So give it some more time because I just see there's the Eight of Swords, which is about feeling restricted. The Two of Swords, which is a stalemate. The Three of Swords, which is sadness. You know, and swords are not very happy in this context. So this doesn't sound like anything is ready to come out of this right now, but that can change.
But you just told me they were all positive cards a second ago about him. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, but
now we're looking at you and him.
Okay, but isn't that what you looked at originally?
No, I was looking at him. Now I'm looking at you and him, and I'm getting from this hesitancy, I'm getting these cards that are saying back off for a while.
Hesitant because of the situation. Of course it would be. It's normal.
So deal with the situation. That's, you know, ask them, talk to them, you know. You understand? Look, I've got to go on. I'm almost at the end of time here now. But I think the main thing you need to do is talk to these people and find out what's going on, okay? Yep. Okay, so there we go. Now, let's see. Colleen in Lynchburg, Virginia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Great. What can I look at?
I don't have a specific question. I just wondered if you could just do some general reading for me with the cards.
Okay, let's see what I turn up. How's that?
Okay.
Ooh, interesting. I'm seeing changes coming in your life.
Okay.
But good changes. You know, I mean, I don't mean
good.
Like bad.
Oh, good. I've been through a little struggle.
The first card I have is the Eight of Rods. That means that what we're about to discuss is happening now, and it's going to yield results very soon. The Six of Swords is, I've had this earlier, that's about a person moving from like rough waters to calm waters. Things in your life that were difficult are now getting simplified and getting easier. The Three of Rods says that you may have a partnership in business with somebody, and something will work out that way in a new career endeavor. And the Ten of Cups is about great happiness. Okay?
The Ten of Cups is about great happiness?
Yes, you're heading towards a period, and there's the sun, which I've been getting for people all day today. The sun is about healing and health and growth and happiness. It looks like you've been trying to change things in your life, and it's paying off.
Okay, I have. What did you say the first card was? The Eight of Rods? What was that?
Yes, that means that what we're about to discuss is on the way. It's happening now.
Okay. And my business that I'm trying to get off is I'm a psychic medium. I do psychic readings and medium readings, but I'm not sure how to get the business going. And
this is exactly this fits in perfectly. The Three of Rods is about a partnership. So you'll find somebody. I've got the Magician here, which shows me that you have the ability to use this spiritual power and bring it down here on earth to get what you want. So
right.
you're going to do very well. You'll get it started. When you meet the right person, you'll be in partnership, and that will grow, and that'll be very good. And I'm getting nothing but, see, there's the Three of Coins here. That's about starting a new business and making money at it, and being recognized for it, and then moving on and doing better and better stuff. So the change that you've been working at for quite a while is now manifesting. So congratulations.
That's wonderful. Can you tell if I've already met this person? Is somebody I already know, or is this person on its way?
No.
On their way.
I see that it's somebody that you may know, but you don't know that's who it is. Now that sounds a little cryptic, but it's the Four of Cups. This is the card that shows a person looking at three cups and doesn't realize that there's a hand coming out of a cloud next to her showing another cup. So it could be somebody in your circle now who's interested in doing this with you but hasn't made him or herself known.
Okay. All right. That's so amazing. I appreciate your time.
Well, you're headed for you're headed for some really good times.
It's exactly the question I was going to ask you, and I said, now let me see if the cards will tell me what I want to hear. So it's amazing.
Well, yeah, they are. They never let me down. Thanks for calling.
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. You've come to the end. You survived another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, hosted by me, little old Reverend Elliot, who's back to stay. You know, I don't know how much longer that is, but we never know how much longer we have, do we? I mean, as you know, I've been battling some health problems, but as health problems go, these are tractable. These can be manipulated. These can be dealt with. I mean, it's nothing loathsome. It's just annoying, and it's I'm much stronger now. So they're really building me up, and they're doing well with me. So Reverend Elliot will be here a long time, and we'll be able to get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window and see what the tarot cards show. If you want to get in touch with me, that's my email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. See, it's a nice old-fashioned email. Shows you how long I've been doing this. Back when the internet was steam-powered, right? And just that's the email. You can contact me. And now, why would you want to do that? I'll tell you why. Not because I'm going to bleed you dry. You know, I don't do that. I offer, and nobody's been taking me up on this lately. Maybe they forgot. I offer a free mini reading to Ask One Radio listeners. It's my gift for listening. And some people don't want to talk publicly. Some people don't get through anyway. So you can contact me anytime, and I'll pull a few cards for you and send you a report. You know, we don't just gab about it, I send you a written report on this free mini reading. And now, it works best with a very specific question. The thing I found is that there were people who would think, well, Mel, he's just trying to rope me into buying a bigger reading. But you'll see that your question will be fully answered by this mini reading. So there's no need for that. The other free thing that I do, that I enjoy doing, and you can, please do it. Don't be afraid to ask me for this. I'll make a free birth chart for you. I'll make a free natal chart that will examine the various houses and the all that stuff from birth charts. And it's no cost. And I don't save your email address, so you're not going to get spam, nothing like that. So if you want a free mini reading, or if you want a free birth chart, or if you even want to get a free birth chart to give to somebody else, you don't, fine. It's not only limited just for you. Please do that. Please drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net and keep me busy. I've been so idle for too long, and I would love to be able to devise birth charts for you and everyone in your family and everyone you know and everyone you come in contact with. Don't be shy. You can work me to death. There's a 25-page version of that costs a bit of money, but not a lot. But let's stick to the free one because I like offering free stuff. Well, that's it. I've got to run now, so we will be back again next week, that's for sure. And I will be here at Ask One Radio, looking through the magical window of the tarot cards, and we'll see exactly what's coming up in our lives, what we can do about the situations in our life. We don't want to be ping pong balls bounced around by life. We want to take control as much as we can, and knowledge and information gives you that control, and that helps you out. So I'll see you then next week, and maybe we'll talk off the air. But until we get back together, just remember this: time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Heavy stuff, right? I'll see you again next week. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for joining me. Bye-bye now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, friends. Welcome on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. This is also, Thanksgiving Eve, right? So happy Thanksgiving Eve to you all that do celebrate this holiday. So if you all are watching, via either on Facebook or if you're on YouTube on the Moonstruck TV on YouTube, you're not going blind or you're not having blurry vision. I've just got some crazy Mercury retrograde technical, just blurry, but also very kind of classy looking filter going on. So don't we always blame it on Mercury retrograde or the moon, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? So you are not having blurry vision. So, you may still need to get your eyes checked, but if you're seeing it, you all know what this says above my head. So as many watch. So if you don't know, well, it's Mini Medium. And so anyhow, super excited to be able to just be here today in general. And a couple things I wanted to do before we actually dive into obviously some readings tonight, but and then of course the affirmation for the week. But I just want to just give a thanks. This time of year is always so difficult. I know that, as we have loved ones that cross over and that are not here with us in the physical realm, it can be very difficult. And, some of you may know my mom passed away. Gosh, it's been almost 13 years. And my dad has been gone 8 years. So I miss them both terribly. Thanksgiving was one of my mom's favorite holidays, and she made the most amazing candied yams. If you don't know what those are, I'm sorry, you're missing out. But they just, they're yams and obviously, and then they're candied up in a sense with marshmallows. And my mom would put, the toasted marshmallows, of course, and then she would dump pineapple juice and pineapple chunks. And I am just really just super excited to share my gifts and be able to share, especially with this being Thanksgiving. So I am going to try something with, let's see here. Perfect. Okay. I think we are good. Okay. So as I was mentioning earlier, before we were having technical problems, maybe it was my mom, but just, wanting to, just share with everybody that during these hard times with, having loved ones in spirit that are not able to be here with us, that they love to be recognized. So we always like to leave a seat, with kind of a name, place there. And just so they, even in spirit, feel welcome, during these holidays. So, like I said, I miss my mom so dearly. And this year's a little bit hard for me with Thanksgiving time. But I have to always look at it as that I know she's with us and my dad as well. So now my dad is more Christmas. So as we get to Christmas time here, that's where my dad would be one of Santa's helpers. And as my dad was Santa's helper, then Christmas is always such a great memory with him. So lots of great memories. And I always say, let's focus on all of the good memories and the good times. And that, for me, gets me through, through these holidays. So anyhow, I am wishing you all from the Mini Medium family, to everybody, in case I forget when I sign off on my show for tonight, but sending you all such beautiful love and light. And thank you to everybody that has supported me and through my journey. Also giving a huge thanks to all of the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV family. I have felt just so welcomed, and it's been 3 years now, I believe. It's flying by so fast. So, and everybody that works behind the scenes. So make sure that you are taking some time to put all that beautiful, thankful, grateful energy out there, right? So, all right, let's go ahead and, I'm going to get all mushy and start crying, and my mascara is going to smear, and maybe that's what the blurry filter is for today. It's this spirit knew I was going to get emotional, and just let's blur that out. So anyhow, all right, guys, the affirmation for this week, and this is for everybody, says, when I don't know what is happening, I choose to be curious and excited about what is going to be. I love this. So when I don't know what is happening, I choose to be curious and excited about what is going to be. So trusting in the universe or God, or wherever you feel your higher, your maker, and just trusting that even though I don't have all the answers, I'm not quite sure what's coming, but you know what? I'm dang excited for whatever's going to be there. And I'll tell you, that's such a beautiful way of really living life, in my opinion. So it's, not always having to have the answers for, the future, right? And sometimes I think, I like kind of living kind of by the seat of my pants. Is, it's that there's a little quote from Pretty Woman. So I just aged myself. One of my favorite movies. If you've never seen it, you're missing out. Go watch it. So, all right, my friends. So, I've been chatting a bit, and I want to get to some readings, and I know we've had some crazy energy going on already. So I'm going to head over to my first caller, and this is, I believe, Rebecca. Rebecca's in Australia. That's awesome. Hi, Rebecca. This is the Mini Medium.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing great. My friend. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I was just randomly come across you on our Facebook page and saw that you were looking for people to have free readings. And I've recently just had 2 people close to me pass, and wondering if you had any kind of energy surrounding me.
Oh, I love that. Absolutely. Let me, I'm going to pull a few cards for you. Just the way that I do my readings is just, I like to see, if the cards are going to mesh with whatever messages are coming from your loved ones on the other side. So I'm going to pull a couple cards. We'll just see if they're going to give us some of that beautiful visual validation. Now, I want to ask you a number that's been very significantly it's what happens when I start to channel the other side. They'll give me numbers. And the number today that I've been getting really has been the number 9, which for me, this would be like the month of September, the 9th of a month, 9 years ago. Does that number resonate with you?
No, not really. No, not that immediately comes to mind.
Okay, no worries. So I just say take it with you. This could be connecting to another caller, or as I do my free readings tonight on my YouTube channel, sometimes it connects there. But also, very significantly, the date of March 2nd. And that was very clear as well. So that's a very, very detailed date. So does that date resonate with you at all?
I'm just trying to think of, no, not immediately. Nothing that comes to mind for March the 2nd. It's not relevant to any anniversaries or birthdays per se.
Okay. All right. No worries, my friend. Okay. No worries. I just want to make sure that these numbers are supposed to be connecting with you, that we make sure we get them, validated. So I'm going to tell you the first thing that that's really coming in, and the way I explain this is when I start to connect with the other side, it is energy, and energy comes in, and if they want to identify themselves as a male, my right side will get goosebumps. If it's a female, my left will get goosebumps. This is kind of their way to let me know right offhand. And I have a very significant male stepping in. So my whole right side has goosebumps. So I do have a male energy at the moment. Once we validate them in a sense, then my mediumship gifts will kick in, where I will hear, feel, see, or have even some clairvoyant visions. And now, I know you're in Australia, and forgive me because I probably should have studied better in school about world geography. But in Australia, do you celebrate the holidays as we do in the U.S.?
We don't do Thanksgiving, but we do Christmas.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Because I do have, I have a beautiful younger male, and now it's interesting, I thought this may have been your father, but the feeling coming from him is I didn't even make it to the age of 50. So now, has your father passed?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
But he made it past 50, but there would be other significant males that haven't made it to 50.
Right. Okay. I didn't feel that he was, I didn't feel this was dad. That's why I want to make sure. But you do have, oh, wow. Okay. I'm being told one of three. Do you have siblings?
Yes. I am one of three.
Perfect. I think we have a sibling. Have you had a brother pass?
Yes.
Okay. All right, my friend. So I do feel your brother coming in, because hearing him say one of three very clearly. And he also, the reason I asked you about the holidays, because he is showing me that there was a celebration that just happened, or one coming very soon. And I wasn't sure if that meant, Thanksgiving, obviously here in the U.S. we do, but I don't feel this is Christmas. So someone just had a celebration, birthday, anniversary he's wanting to recognize.
We have one coming up. We have a birthday coming up.
Beautiful. Okay. And is this birthday, is this for a female?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. He's just showing me that he wants to, for one, say happy birthday, but also celebrating her and her, success and this big birthday coming. But he also is wanting, okay. He says, I'm with mom. Now, I find it interesting because, boy, but I don't feel this is your mom. So has your mom crossed over, my friend?
Yes.
Okay. He says that I'm with mom, but this is not someone that is passed. That's why. So I'm trying to understand what he means by that.
There could be, I have a biological brother that has passed. He died when he was very young, but I also had a family friend who was almost like a foster brother to my family that passed in his his mid-20s, and his biological mother is still alive.
Okay. That's, I feel like that's exactly where we're heading with this. So do you have any communication with with this mother that's still living?
Very, very sporadically. So probably annually I'll call her, but
Okay.
in different states.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a message. Now, I know that you have such a beautiful energy, Rebecca. I feel like you are definitely like a conduit as well. I feel like you're very gifted. So this happens very often when souls will come in and they'll say, well, I know that, that she will share this message. I know that she understands, the ability to do this. And I do feel like that's the case here with your brother, quote unquote. And to give the message to Mom. Now, this doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean you have to feel obligated. Just if you feel comfortable, okay? Okay. Okay. Rich, I just heard the name Richard or Rich or Rick. So I'm not sure if that's...
What was that again? Sorry?
That's okay. The name like Rich or Rick? R-I...
Yep. Could it be Rick?
Yes. Who is that?
That's my father.
That's your father. Okay. Well, your dad is here too. So I think you've got all these beautiful souls wanting to just come in and there's such an emphasis on wanting to make sure that you all, for one, know that they are at peace, that they are with you, which I feel, I call it vanilla message, but due to, we only have so much time. But your dad has so much intention of wanting to step forward as well because of there being some unfinished business when it comes to the passing for him. So, he's really emphasizing the fact that please don't stress about what happened at the end of my life. Things were okay. Things were fine. So, does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good. Your dad is a very upfront, very no mess around kind of man. So I just want to get my point across, and then he kind of steps to the side. But then this brother, friend, like a brother, the message to Mom also is where there's an emphasis on, okay. Wait, do you know if she had a granddaughter or a new daughter born?
She has a granddaughter, yes. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful. Please let her know that he had a part in this, that I do feel he's saying that, let her know that I know about the granddaughter. He's shown this beautiful baby, by the way. Beautiful big eyes.
Yeah.
Long eyelashes. I don't know what this is about. I don't see features. So, but Mom needs to know that that I'm okay. That there was no pain at the time of his passing. He's very adamant that Mom know this. I even feel like that Mom helped to keep him comfortable, is what he just said. Mom helped. Yeah. Mom helped my Mom helped my transition. He just said too.
Yeah, right.
He's a beautiful soul. When I've got probably about 90 seconds. Boy, these go by so fast. But I do want to tell you, your dad is so very present around you, my friend. So please watch for these signs. Your dad's trying so hard to leave these signs not just for you, but others. Being that I feel you're very open and you're mindful of these signs, you'll connect with them more than others. One of them I want you to be, for you specifically, your dad it's called clairgustant. It's the ability to smell or taste. Your dad, I can smell him every time he steps in. He has a very distinctive smell. And I can't pinpoint what
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes definite sense.
Good. Beautiful. Well, I wish I could just keep going with you, my friend, but I hope these little messages gave you some peace and comfort to get through these holidays, and share these messages if you feel comfortable, okay?
I will. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And you have a happy holiday as we get through to the end of the year, okay?
Excellent. You too. Thank you.
Thank you, hon. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys. So that's a wrap. And now I know why we were having all sorts of technical stuff. That was a lot of spirits coming in pretty dang fast. So I am your mini medium. I will see you guys next week. Have a happy holiday, happy Thanksgiving, and eat lots of turkey. Bye, guys.
Any question, you'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
In the silence of my soul, visions clear and spirits call. I embrace my sacred role, standing firm where others fall. Whispers from another plane guide me through the unseen art. In my heart they remain, filling every broken part. I rise, embraced by the unknown, on paths of light that I alone have found. Gifts revealed in every tone. In this mystic space I've grown. Each message is a stepping stone. My spirit's strength fully shown. In every bone I own my throne. Psychic medium, fully grown. I'm a throne, a psychic medium, fully grown. I rise, embraced by the unknown.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie with Psychic Paths, and I'm here to do a really good reading. Thank you, everyone, for calling in, and thank you to all the listeners. I am very aware that there was a full moon yesterday in Sagittarius, and it's a very, very lucky mood. I think that the wishes and the things that we want to manifest, if we manifest now, have a really good chance of coming through and manifesting. And also, I'm aware that today or tomorrow, Mercury goes into retrograde. And that's what I think is going on as I look at my blank screen. I think Mercury is in retrograde. But anyhow, I hope that everyone is doing well, and I'm so glad to be here. And I can't wait for a really good caller. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and you can come and check me out on my website, Psychic Paths, if you would like a private reading. I'm so thankful for the people that I have seen, the clients that I have seen. Thank you, everyone who has done reviews on Google and Yelp and on my site. I just really, really appreciate all the love and support that you give to me. And thank you, A1R Psychic Radio. So I hope that everyone is doing well, and I hope that everyone is taking care of themselves and doing what they can to rest and to think of themselves as we go into this holiday season. Be kind and show some love to people, because sometimes this is a very hard time of the seasons. Is people either missing family or have too much family, or not getting enough of what they need, and you can't give from an empty cup. So please fill up your cup and get what you need. Make sure you get what you need. I hope that everyone is seeing me because it's awfully quiet. I hope so. Okay. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and we'll wait for a caller. And please, if you have any questions, please let me know and email me or write me on Facebook, because I'm always on Facebook and I have Instagram. So yeah, I hope that we get a caller here. So I've been dealing with a cold, and I'm sorry for all the coughing and the sneezing, but I'm in Minnesota and it is very cold for me, and I am trying to take care of myself. I'm giving to myself my own advice. We have Matthew from McKenzie, Tennessee. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing okay. It's a good night so far. Is there anything that What can I help with tonight?
Well, I was wondering if, well, this is kind of weird, but I was wondering
And nothing is weird. Nothing is weird.
I was wondering if a friend of mine that's associated with me in a very odd way had a message for me. His name is Zane, and he passed December 1st of last year.
Okay. Let me see if I can contact him, or
Yes,
if
ma'am.
he comes through.
And
So someone is coming through, and they seem to be very energetic, and very, very optimistic, and
Yes.
sometimes a goofball. I think he liked making people
Yes.
smile.
Yes.
He has not changed. He's still very, very optimistic. Did he die sudden? Did he pass sudden? Because it feels like
Yes,
there's a
ma'am.
sudden
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We never met in person, but he
It
has
seems
reached
like
out
it
to me
was.
several times.
It seems like it was a sudden passing, and it was like everything just went quiet
Yes, ma'am.
because
Yes, ma'am, it was.
his energy was just wonderful. It could fill a room.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It could. And this is, it's in a weird way. I never met him in person, but he has contacted me through channeling, and it's my new girlfriend's ex-fiance, and he loves me to death. So I'm just trying to let you know, we never met in person, but we have met in his afterlife, and he is an amazing person.
He's telling me that the message that I'm getting is that there's something serious that you're dealing with or focused on.
Yes.
And
Yes.
he's telling me to please continue to focus on it because he feels that it is as important to you and it is to him that you
Yes,
continue and keep with it. He doesn't want you
Yes, ma'am.
to lose sight of it.
Yes, ma'am. It's cancer.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's mainly what he's saying is to do all you can with what that serious thing is.
Yes, ma'am.
On the other side, that you don't change. There's a really weird saying that says, just because you passed away doesn't mean you got smarter. And it's true. You don't change. You stay the same. What you were in life, you carry past. And it just seems that that's what he's saying. He's saying, stick with what you're doing and don't give up. He's really telling me not to quit on it and not to give up. And I think he wants to give you as much optimism as he possibly can.
Definitely.
I think that's really what his message is to stay optimistic and stay strong and stay focused.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's a lot more clear-minded because here on Earth he had some obstacles that he was dealing with. So I have noticed he's a lot more clear-minded, and he's a lot more of the way he was explained to me by so many loved ones.
Okay.
So, yes, and
it
that's
feels
exactly
like
what he would say.
he had a lot of lessons, is what he's telling me. He had a lot of lessons, and he's calling them adventures. He had a lot of adventures, whether physically or mentally. It seems like he really did like to like to engage in different things. And
Yes, ma'am.
it seems like he's learned a lot here on Earth before he passed. And he is clear. He is clear, but I think he had a lot of, I think he had an addiction. There's an addiction to something.
Yes, ma'am, he did.
When he was here.
And I don't know if I can say the name of it, but yeah, he did.
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
I just know he's telling me slowly. He was not perfect.
Yes,
he was no angel. And he
but
seemed
a great
to be
person.
Yeah, really, really gentle and good-hearted. So
yes, ma'am.
I just wanted you to know that he just wants you to stay strong, stay focused, and stay optimistic. And really, that's what his message is. And he's bringing you a lot of love.
He is, and he leaves me gifts, and that's the amazing thing. He leaves me gifts, and I don't mind telling you, it's feathers. He leaves me feathers everywhere, like bird feathers, just everywhere. I find them everywhere.
Well, I hope that
that's an amazing thing.
You know that he's around. It's a very, very lovely energy that you all share. Thank you.
And the amazing thing is, I wish more people could relate to someone so amazing and so loving as him and so energetic.
Yeah, he was really something else. He's light up a room. He really, really did bless you, and he will continue from the other side. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for allowing me to share, and have a good night.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne. To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever, whenever you are. Welcome to another episode of Insights of Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years experience. And then I do a multitude of things, but at the end of the day, I'm simply a channel of spirit, providing messages and guidance to those who find me. And as we know for our returning viewers, I always start out with a collective message. And I know this has been kind of an interesting week for a lot of people. Last week there was a lot of changes happening in the collective. A lot of interesting things may have been happening to you, different events. And this week it's kind of settling down, but now you're seeing how things are about to change. And what we're coming up here, what I'm feeling in that collective energy is a combination of those emotions that we have been feeling. Of course, we're going into a lot of holiday season, so that's not a surprise, but also coming into realizing we are finally getting closer to all our final goal. So a lot of us have been working on our goals throughout the year. And as we're wrapping this year up, it's hey, we got to continue to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and continue moving on and have that inner strength to meet our goals. Because as we walk away from 2024, it is looking like 2025 is a year of cycles ending. So the past 9 years was going on a complete cycle. So as we're coming in and as we're learning and finishing our lessons of 2025, 2026 is a time that we are going to launch a lot of new projects. So continue to work hard, find that inner strength, and know that everything that you've been working on has a reason for it and will pay off. So hang in there. There may be a little bit of tension this week, but just go with the flow because it's going to pass over rather quickly. And today we have Kim from Oregon. Hello, Kim. How are you?
Hi, Jennifer. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great tonight. What can I help you with?
Well, it's been kind of a rough year, and I'm just kind of curious if things are looking up, if I'm finally coming out the other end of it.
Yeah, let's see what we can do a 6-month spread just to see what's going on. Fantastic.
Oh,
I'm already liking what I'm seeing.
Oh, yay. Thank God.
Oh, yes. I am liking what I'm seeing. Okay. So there is definitely a lot going to be coming on. And just, are you kind of a spiritual person? Do you believe in spirit guides and things like that?
I'm a psychic medium.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yes.
Okay. So
nobody ever wants to read me, so I love you.
Well, I'm glad you find me. I love other mediums as well because everyone does things a little bit differently. We all have our unique gifts. And so I am feeling Archangel Michael coming into you pretty strongly for this time period. He's fantastic to help us through challenging situations and to push us in the right direction. So I love that for you. So if you ever feel like you need just a little bit more help, you can just call on him and he will come support.
He's like my honorary big brother. I love him.
Oh. Well, just know that I'm glad that he showed up. I'm also feeling a lot of water energy too. So I can't quite identify that energy yet, but I'll allow that energy to continue to come forward. And if I get a name, I'll let you know. So it seems like in a period, you're kind of contemplating things about what to do next, which is fantastic. You're taking that moment. You're still moving. You're not stagnant, but it's like taking a moment and kind of reassessing, which is fantastic because I also see some enthusiasm as we go into the next year. So it's kind of like, okay, I see this. It's the end of the year. Let's wrap things up so I can start the next thing. And I do see a little bit of more romance coming in for you. So I don't know if you have a partner or anything like that right now, but it does seem like you're just going to be more emotionally fueled. Mercury retrograde coming in here, affecting the
right.
But it seems like you're going to find more emotional fulfillment as we go on into the next year, which is fantastic because as we are going in, you are going to be receiving everything that you put out in the world. So as you're going out and you're helping people hold open a door from another person, you may find a $5 bill on the ground. So it's that type of reciprocation that the universe is going to be providing for you. There is a warning to watch your resources. So there may be some time periods coming up where it seems like money is going out as fast as it's coming in. So you're going to want to watch your spending just a tiny bit, especially if somebody wants you to come in and like come on a project with you, like, oh, hey, let's go and do this expo together. We can split like a booth or something. However that works out, just be aware a little bit of any contracts that people kind of want to like bring you in. Also making sure that you balance yourself so you're not overgiving, making sure that your cup is continuously filled so you're able to give and you're able to receive back from them. So it's just that balance coming forward. And I do see like in the recent past a lot of like missed opportunities, but maybe not necessarily missed opportunities here, but definitely being upset about what has been happening. So this is kind of like the saying, crying over spilled milk is kind of that energy. It's not necessarily bad. It's just, oh, this isn't what I wanted. So that is going away. That feeling, that energy is slowly drifting away. So that's fantastic.
Thank God. That was yeah.
Take a deep breath. Okay, that is following out. Just give it another week or two. Let it go out. Because as we're going into that 2025 period, as I was saying in the collective message, you're ending out cycles. You're finalizing your lessons for the next stage. But it seems like you're starting the next stage a bit early compared to the collective, because you have changes coming in, okay? And it does seem mostly related to like creative projects. And this could be with your psychic mediumship, getting out there a bit more, having that spark come back. So that is coming, that's helping. I see your heart chakra just becoming inflamed and just shining and burning. And that's fantastic. But remember with that balance card, we don't want to burn too quickly because then we burn ourselves out.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Oh yeah, a lot of us do, especially if we're mediums, empaths, and everything like that. Let's see, what do we have here? I am seeing possibly learning a new skill coming up within the next 6 months. So I don't know if it's going to be, oh, I want to go step in herbology or something like that, or step in more astrology. I do see you going in and learning a bit more. And I actually am seeing stars. So possibly instead of like, if you're used to the tropical astrology system, maybe you'll start learning more about the Vedic system and just putting more into your skill set there. But even if it's not on the spiritual level, and going into nature more, you're just going to be learning. And this is going to help you because you're going to meet new people. You're going to have new partnerships, and you do have more new spirit guides coming forward. So I see Archangel Michael like sitting on my right side, but he's taking like a slight step back in order for new energies to come in to help you learn a little bit more.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely in the next 6 months, you are stepping in more into your intuition. It's going to be on point. Trust your gut, continue to learn, because you're getting those direct messages from your spirit guides, from your higher self, from source, whatever you call source, spirit, the universe, that is all coming to you very clearly. So I do see a lot more opportunities coming forward for you regarding your intuition. So if you've been wanting to do a little bit more with your mediumship, you have the signs. It's going to be a really great year for opportunities, whether that's just going out to this event here, going out to an event there, maybe even going to talk to a group of people, teaching a class. All of it is within your realm of happenings, because you're going to meet people and you're going to collaborate and just create beautiful things as we go into the next year. And so I'm hearing in about 8 months, you may have some type of impact or communication with law enforcement. Now, it's not feeling very clear on exactly what it is about. It could be something like, oh, I have to file an insurance claim because somebody hit my car. But whatever happens, just make sure that as you are taking each step, you are aligned with yourself to make sure that you get the best possible outcome. I don't see it as any like major drastic event, but that is something that in about 8 months that you may just struggle with. So there is a challenge there, but know that you are overall protected. Things will come out to what you need. It just may not be comfortable in the time. But I'm not feeling very clear exactly what that is. But something minor, but you may have like a legal system involved there. Yeah, and it seems like you're going to have a couple of significant life events coming forward. You're going to be coming into a lot more information and a lot of growth, which is fantastic to see, but sometimes growth can be a little bit painful. But anything that you come across, especially within the next 6 to 8 months, you are going to just flourish. What is happening, you are being prepared in order to break out of the shell to create that next version of yourself. So that I really love seeing this. So we have a lot going on, but I do see so much coming in for you over the next year. So yeah, just take a deep breath, let all the worries of this year, let them go away, do some self-care, just be like, we got this. I did what I needed to do, and now I can go forward.
So just a quick clarification so you know you're spot on with this. The water energy, I'm a Pisces.
Fantastic. Okay.
So you got, like, I was like going, she'll catch it in a second. I'm a Pisces. So, and also, I'm battling cancer right now, and it should be ending in probably 4 or 5 months. So that makes perfect sense that in 6 months or so that I'm going to be doing something new, because I'm planning and you know, researching and everything now to what I'm going to be doing next when I'm healthy. So you're spot on. I appreciate this so much.
Yes. I'm hearing 5 months.
Cool.
And you're going to have 5 months. And you'll know through songs. You're going to be being sent as a lot of songs just about love and whatnot, knowing that you are loved in this process. So you can get that beautiful next step.
Yep. I'm positive it's all going to go well. So thank you. I needed to hear that. I appreciate it so much. And you have a great night.
Thank you so much for calling, Kim. I wish you the best of luck in all of your endeavors.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Happy holidays. Hello, my cherished ducklings. And I hope you're doing beautifully. I hope you're happy and healthy. And I thought, if you don't mind, I'd quickly start off with a little Christmas carol because I'm feeling very Christmassy. My new housemate's coming soon, so I'm very excited about that. And I'd like to send love to all of my friends out there, like Jennifer and Nancy and Katerina and all of you, because I love you very much. All right, ready? Just a brief Christmas carol. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. So what I wish you this year for Christmas is heavenly peace. And for Hanukkah, which starts on December 21st, and Kwanzaa, and winter solstice, and Festivus for the rest of us, and all of that. So usually Christmas, it's time to tell ghost stories. That's an old English, like Victorian tradition. We'll do that next week, right before Christmas. Tell you a couple of true ghost stories. Woo woo. So stick around for that. And I'm sorry I couldn't find my Santa hat. I don't know, maybe the cat ate it. Although I don't have a cat. Maybe the parakeets ate it. So I'm about to do our traditional psychic tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. Speaking of regular weather, it has been a little rainy out here. I want snow. So I was very happy when I picked these cards today because they're exceptionally good. So as we know, the first card is the beginning of the week, which is now. Second card is the middle of the week, which is like the weekend. Third card is, the rest of the week until next Wednesday when we start it all over again. And so the first card, and forgive my nails, I've been doing I make resin epoxy jewelry, and it gets on my fingernails, and I look like I'm in the last throes of something, but I'm not. But anyway, so the first card is, you might be feeling a little overwhelmed. I don't know about you, but whenever it's Christmas, it always seems like it's like I need 2 more weeks no matter what day in December it is. So if you're like me, you're wrapping things and addressing things and wishing you'd sent your beloved brother in England his wonderful gift a week earlier. But this is a card of feeling a little overwhelmed, but this is short-lived. I mean, the guy is holding a whole bunch of sticks, but he hasn't fallen over yet. So, woo! But the next card is really nice. I don't know, maybe you're getting Christmas checks, maybe, but you've got a new cycle of prosperity and abundance coming in, which I am very psyched about for all of us. I think that's great. Who couldn't use a little more prosperity and abundance? And speaking of which, if you want to have a reading with me, I'm having a sale. So you can contact me on Facebook at Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. And I'll tell you about the sale for private readings. They're not cheap, but they're not as expensive as they usually are. Anyway, so this is a time of like abundance and feeling prosperous and happy. And then the last card is I love this card. And this is for all my single friends, including me. A big love is right around the corner. This is when you get the Ace of Cups, it's either the return of an old love. Oh, hi, Lisa. Oh, Freehold, New Jersey. I'm from Rockland County, Richland, right where Freehold is. I'll be with you in a minute. And Lisa, while you're waiting, I'd like you to breathe in very deeply twice, and then blow out through your mouth like this, like you're blowing out a birthday candle. It stimulates the vagus nerve, not the vagus nerve, which is where you wake up in a hotel room with 3 exhausted sex workers, a number of empty alcohol bottles, and wondering what you did with the last decade. But enough about my personal life. Okay, the vagus nerve is the one that regulates the central nervous system. So this is a card of just happiness, often a card of a new great love approaching, or if you're in a relationship, the reaffirmation of that love. It's also a card, I think everybody's going to have a wonderful holiday. And certainly the stars are aligned for that. The moon is in Taurus today, so if you're a Taurus, the next couple of days are really kind of lucky for you. They're what I call green light days. If you're a Libra, just hunker down and wait till it goes away. So that's about it. So that's the psychic weather, tarot weather. And that applies to everybody, even if you're just listening by accident. So, Lisa, I'm not Lisa. My name is Susan. No, my name's not Susan, but your name is Lisa. How are you?
Okay.
Good.
On this rainy Wednesday.
It is a rainy Wednesday. Rainy days and Wednesdays always get me down. I'm sorry, I took a singing lesson today and it just seems to have not gone away. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When is your birthday, my angel?
November 1st.
Oh, we love Scorpios. I'm a Pisces. I have a degree in Scorpio. I was married to one for 20 years. Scorpio is my favorite. Especially this week of Scorpio is a really good one. You guys, I know Scorpios get a rep for being like, they can be a little mean, but actually they're really loyal and really kind is what I found. I think Scorpios are very profound. So how can I help you?
Well, I'm just having an issue with my career and health. So just wondering, if you could kind of direct me of what's going on.
I feel that. Do you have a nursing degree?
No.
You're in healthcare. You're a healthcare provider of some kind?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said my career in health. So.
Oh no, and my health. No, 2 separate.
Oh, and your health. I'm sorry. Okay. I was wondering because my guides kept saying, "No, idiot, that's wrong," and I'm like, "What?" She said she was in health. So, Oh, you're a very good administrator. You're a very good people person. You're in a difficult position at work because it's kind of an a-hole working with you. Who is that? It feels like you have a difficult boss or coworker right now. Feels like you want to get the hell out of there, to be honest with you. But
okay,
is that correct?
Well, in a sense, the operation's closing. And I was just notified that I'm getting terminated quicker than anticipated.
Okay, well, you are going to get unemployment, so that's good. Here's the thing. You are eminently hireable. And the next job you get is not going to be very far from now. It's going to be within 4 to 6 weeks is when you're going to get a yes, because you have a really good resume. And you've spent enough time you've had a few jobs, but you've spent a reasonable amount of time at each. In each, you've advanced. You're very responsible. You're very good at admin, and you're very good at managing people. Is that correct?
I would say I was in the sales role last time, this basic position.
Okay.
I really don't know if I want to do sales anymore.
I know sales. I was in sales for years. I was a personal shopper at Vuitton, and it's just like, it really gets to you after a point. Well, in that case, maybe why I'm getting all of this stuff about admin and people management is because it might be time to look into a different business. My guides are saying that the insurance business might be interesting for you, not necessarily in sales, but in some capacity, something where you can have, you can use all of your experience, because your sales experience counts as experience. But I think doing something in admin and something to do with managing groups of people, but not necessarily in sales, would be easier and kind of more fun for you. Does that make sense?
It does. I was thinking, possibly changing, industries completely. So you're saying 4 to 6 weeks then?
I actually think if you just apply to everything you can find, even if it doesn't seem like it, I think it would be a very good time to switch industries for you. I really do.
Okay.
The other thing is, in the meantime, you could have a little side hustle teaching people what you know. You've got a couple of different specialties. You can teach people sales techniques, for one thing. That's always useful. You can teach, oh my gosh, you're good at something else. Are you an artist of some kind?
Not really, no.
Funny. You have kind of an artistic quality to you. That's okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm usually right, but I don't know. I just sense this like creativity inside you that.
Well, I mean, I like to do cross stitch and that kind of, I really haven't been doing that. I would say I'm a little artistic, but not like painting or anything like that.
Yeah, no, artistic. You're creative. And cross stitch is very creative. My friend, I just got a whole bunch of embroidery floss from my friend Nancy, and I hope she's not watching because now she knows what her Christmas present is. But I think embroidery and cross stitch is very creative. You're also very detail oriented, and you're very, very conscientious. And can I just tell you, that is a very rare quality these days. You have a great work ethic. And I think any job you interview for, even if it's not in your previous career trajectory, is going to work out for you, because I see you going into something not in sales, but something where your attention to detail, your extraordinary sense of conscientiousness, your extraordinary work ethic. And honestly, I think you should be in charge of people. You have a really good way of managing people without letting them know they're being managed, if that makes sense. Let's see, hold on, let me see what I'm getting for you. You'd also be very good in any industry to do with wellness, beauty, cosmetics. So where you're not necessarily doing the selling. Oh, hi, Lorraine in Ontario. I'll be with you in a minute, but we're hanging out for a couple minutes because I'm hanging out with Lisa, but I'm very glad you called. So just stay there and breathe deeply. I'll be with you in a minute. So Lisa, I hate to say this because I know you want to get out of sales. If you ever decide that sales is your thing, you'd make an incredibly good car salesperson. I don't know why they're telling me that, and that sounds like my version of hell, but you make a lot of money and you do have a great personality. But if you want to get out of sales, there's almost, right now, every industry is looking for people who have a proven track record, which you do. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. You have high recommendations from any place you've worked. I want to say I'm really sorry that your place is closing down. That's awful, and I'm very sorry that happened to you, because you're obviously a lovely and talented human. Okay, let's move on to your health. I'm really, really encouraged about what's out there for you, and I think, let's say 6 to 8 weeks. But keep sending your resume out. You're very diligent. You're very responsible and very good at sending stuff out. Maybe update it a bit. You might want to work with like a resume coach or something like that. But go onto every job site you can find, because people need you. You're eminently hireable. My feeling is that what you're going to find, and within 8 weeks, honestly, maybe a tiny bit later, but if you're not employed by like February 5th, I will be very surprised. And I'm tough to surprise. The other thing is, I think you're going to get like a 15 to 20% increase in salary. So act as if, as my dad used to say, act as if you know that you are a treasure and a prize, which you are, and act as if, you're kind of doing them a favor by working for them. And I think that's really going to work out for you. Now, let's talk about your health for a minute. Now, before I say anything about your health, remember that this is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on TV. But one of the things I'm getting is that, are you having some chronic pain?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it in your hip joints, or am I projecting? Because I have that.
No. Yeah. Hip, groin. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have you gotten an X-ray? Because it feels to me like you might have some osteoarthritis, or you might have a slightly small hip socket for the. So have you gotten an X-ray?
Yes. In the past.
Go to your doctor, get an X-ray. You have in the past, but right now it feels to me like there's something like immediately diagnosable and immediately fixable. But I feel for you. Is it your left hip or your right?
Actually, both. Like, I have trouble getting up from a chair.
Yeah. I know, right?
Pain kind of when I walk.
And we're so young. Why should this be happening to us? I don't get it. But it does feel to me like, did your mother or father have a condition? It feels like to me like this is a genetic condition. It also feels to me like it's treatable and it's not going to be there forever. So I would get an updated hip X-ray. In the meantime, maybe take some supplements like glucosamine and what's that CoEQ enzyme and some fish oil. They're very good for sort of oiling the joints, but it just feels to me like it might be osteoarthritis. And in any case, go back, see your doctor if you can get an appointment in this century, and get a hip X-ray, because that'll clear everything up. I don't think you're going to have a hip replacement if that's what you're worried about. I think this is treatable without doing that. Does that help at all?
It does. But just like they thought I had fibromyalgia as well, which is like a whole body all over pain syndrome.
Oh yeah. No, I feel that. But it is all over pain. I get that. But the other thing I can recommend is it's mostly in your head? Oh, your hip. Okay.
No, my hip.
Hearing.
My hips and the thigh.
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
That area.
Yeah. That's what was radiating out. So if I was right about your hip, I'm right about your job, baby. So let me know what happens, okay? Because I have huge belief in you. I think this is going to be a very good year for you. I really do. And I'm kind of glad you're out of that place. I don't think they appreciated you. And I think where you're going, they will appreciate you, because you're eminently appreciatable. All right, my love. All right, let me know what happens. Contact me on Facebook. All right, thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Take care. Much. You made my evening.
Bye-bye.
I love Scorpios. Miss Ontario, where are you?
I'm right here.
Hello, darling. I'm sorry, tell me your first name again.
Lorraine.
Oh, Lorraine. Oh, I love that name. Sweet Lorraine.
Thank you.
You have your own song. It's such a movie star name. Okay, my darling. I like to connect people through your birthday. So when's your birthday?
July 20th. I'm a Cancer.
Yay! What Pisces? I love Cancers and Scorpios. Yay! And July 20th is I have a lot of good friends. That's a great day. We like you. How can I help you, my angel?
I have a few questions. First one is finances.
Oh, you and me both.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. Right before the show, my guides were saying that in my introduction, I should tell people, well, I don't know if they have this in Canada. They have it in America where you go to your state. If they have it in Canada, look it up because there's some money somewhere for you. It feels like either an inheritance or a payment you never got. In America, we have this thing where you go to the state government website and you go to the comptroller and you look for unclaimed funds. And my feeling is, I don't know if you have unclaimed funds in Canada, it should be completely free. You're not going to pay anybody for it. I feel like there's some unclaimed funds waiting for you because before, as I said, before the show, my guides were like, unclaimed funds, unclaimed funds. I'm like, what? What? It's Christmas. Saw it off.
I've never heard of that.
So, yeah, just write down unclaimed funds and then do a Google search for Canada. Or if you've ever lived in the States, look there too. But I feel like there's something there waiting for you that you don't know about. That's one thing. The other thing is, are you working right now?
I am.
Okay,
I'm self-employed.
Yeah, yeah. It might be time to look for a part-time day job. I hate to say this, but as a self-employed person, it's getting a little rough out there. Yeah. And you're somebody, you're very, despite what you think, because I think you think you're not. I think that you think that you're not, I got lost there, sorry. I think you think you're not very employable. You are. You have a multitude of skills. You had like 4 lives so far. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And each of those lives you've been productive in. So
yeah.
It's just it's a hard moment to be self-employed because everybody's sort of like, so if you can look around where you live, one second. Well, you're somebody else who's very, very good. It's interesting. You're both right and left-brained, which is to say that you're both creative and detail-oriented. What's that like? And can I borrow some? Cancers are also traditionally very good with money. So I think you're somebody who's very good at manifesting money. Forgive me for using the M word. I don't usually, but you are somebody who is very good at manifesting money. So what I would do is come up. Yeah, right? I know. What I would do is come up with an amount you want, write it down, look at it every day, write down what you have to offer in exchange, like your wit, your humor. You're very funny. I mean, in regular life, we're a little stressed out right now, and it's a short show, but you're very funny. You're very articulate. You're a natural teacher. You're very good at teaching people things, which I'm in awe of. I have no patience. I'm like, why don't you know this already? What's wrong with you? But you are a natural teacher. You're very good at a lot of things. The world is the mollusk of your choice. The world is your oyster.
So do you see that?
I think that what's going to happen is if you get a day job for about 6 months, I think actually might be a full-time job. But what's going to happen is because, as my late dad used to say, the more you do, the more you can do. You're going to find that the structure of having a day job is going to trickle down to the structure you have for your own work. So I don't think you're going to have to work more than 5 or 6 months at a day job. But I think the solidity and the security would be very good for you. And I do think it's actually going to do your day job, your self-employed thing a lot of good. Do you mind if I ask what your self-employed thing is? I'm not quite picking it up.
I'm a life coach. And
great.
I'm also a psychic medium. I do what you do.
Oh, okay. That might be, I'm having a tiny bit of trouble picking up on you, which I have with other psychic mediums. So congratulations, you're the real deal. Listen, you might want to talk to the producers at the station we're always looking for talented people. And I think you're very good at your job. I think like a lot of psychic mediums, you're not very good at
my job.
Yeah. You're not very good at self-promotion, is what I'm getting, right?
I suck at that. 100% I suck at it.
Yeah, you and me both. And that tends to be a thing because as psychics and as mediums, we kind of operate in a different, I don't know. I feel like I never got the How to Be an Adult handbook, or if I got it, it got lost in the mail, or the cat ate it, or something. Hold on. So I understand that, but you have a lot to offer. You're actually, and I never say this because there's so many people out there who think they're psychic mediums and aren't. Except the people, I have to say, the people on A1R radio and Moonstruck TV are all genuinely good. But you're the real deal. So what I would do is get a day job, because us psychic mediums, especially as water signs, we need a little structure. It's hard for us to get self-motivated. I've got 60 seconds. So what I'm going to say to you is look for something that won't take too much psychic energy from you as a day job, whether it's part-time or full-time. I kind of recommend full-time for about 6 months, because we have to feel... What? I do. I think it actually be very easy
coming. Yeah, I have a lead coming.
Yeah,
for the new
you do
year,
have
January, February.
Yeah. I really think, again, you're somebody who, if you're not employed by February 25th, I'm going to be very surprised, and I'm very hard to surprise. We've got 15 seconds, so I'm going to say try that. Don't worry too much about finance. Check out the unclaimed funds thing. I don't know if they have it in Canada, but I suspect they do. And I think there's something there for you. And that's the end of the show, but I'm so glad you called. And good luck, and let me know what happens, okay? I'm Perry Lyons, Perilyons. Find me on Facebook, and just let me know how you are, because I'm nosy, and I care. And that's it. And you look great in that color, by the way. I love you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. So, welcome from Tasmania, Australia. So, I'll be reading for someone very, very soon. And I'd just like to share the theme I've been given for the week, which was just recently. I wasn't sure we're going to have a theme. I was going to jump straight into a caller, but I've given a theme. So the theme is spirit messages and signs, okay? So we all may have experienced this, and I think they want to bring this to our attention because it seems to be happening more and more. And the more that we tune into it and the more that we're aware, we can see how spirit communicates with us and the signs and the synchronicities that are happening in our lives. So this week for me, it's been numbers. So a lot of people will be familiar with the term angel numbers. You can give it a quick Google, but if you're seeing repeated numbers, that's something to, get your attention so you can start to notice what's going on around you or some of the signs. Number plates I'm also being shown is another one. So if you're driving, you're seeing, again, numbers or letters or things that are symbolic to you or someone that may have passed, that's another message. Obviously, coins, little things that were special to people, they want to use those as signs as well too. So dates. So I feel numbers are really particular at this time that we're being drawn into numbers. Feathers, there's common types of things, when the lights are flickering in your home, these are sorts of things that we don't take any notice of a lot. So they're asking us to really start to see the signs and the synchronicities around us and the way that, when you're thinking of someone and your thoughts might connect and they might send you a text or a phone call or something like that. So just be really mindful of the signs that Spirit is sending you. Okay, so I've actually got a caller. So who am I speaking with?
Hi, it's Suzette.
Suzette. Hello, Suzette. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Okay. So is there a reason you would like a reading, or are you happy for me to do a reading or see if there's someone in spirit that wants to connect to you? Tell me what it is that you need.
I was actually wondering, for career, and
right,
if there's a message for me.
Okay. So a message from spirit or just a message in general?
A message from spirit, sure.
Okay, so the first thing I'm feeling that there's a lady that's coming in. She has straight hair, a bob type of cut. Do you know who that might be? She's wearing glasses as well. Do you have any idea who that could be?
No.
Okay.
Straight hair.
So
is it black?
It's darkish. So you've got to think outside the box with this too. It could be a work colleague or someone around you. So it could even be someone that's just that you work with as well, or someone that you work with that could potentially pass. Sometimes they'll show up even in your energy if they're people that are just around you as well.
I feel it's someone probably that I worked with.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so, but she's also showing me bags of shopping as well. So have you been doing the shopping or something to do with shopping?
Oh my gosh. So I have a feeling who it is. It's Shakwa. She took me to go get my high school graduation dress.
Right,
and she was my mom's coworker.
Right, so she's connected to your mum because I was feeling it was a mum, but if it's not your mum, she's connected to your mum. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So so when we're speaking now, I'm getting tingles. So that's my sign to say that we're on point. So this is woman. She's someone that you know that has passed.
She passed, I think, a few years ago, but I worked with her as well when I was a summer student.
Yeah, okay. So there's a connection with work as well. She's also showing me a ring. So whether it's an engagement ring or a wedding ring, do you know, are you planning on getting engaged, or is there an engagement or something? Or there's a symbology of a ring as well, because she's literally showing me her finger. Or is there something about that you would know?
No, because I'm just going through a divorce right now.
Going through a divorce, so that's to do with marriage and a ring. Okay, so you're basically losing. Yeah. So in that the energy she wants to bring is it's okay. Like her feeling is I feel like this woman would have been really here for you in this life, and she would have supported you going through this. So she wants to, and that's probably why she's showing up for you today in spirit, to say that she hasn't left you, that she's still around you and she's still supporting you while you're going through this as well.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Now I feel my energy feels really nervous. So have you feeling anxiety, or have you been feeling a little on edge at all?
I am, because I haven't found a job yet.
Yeah, and that's what it is. There's a bit of angst, like the energy is like really up here. So I feel like you're really uptight, really anxious, really nervous as well. So what I encourage you to do is, I know it's a difficult situation, and the focus is money. So they're showing me dollar signs as well. So when we're in this energy, it's actually tricky to manifest things or bring things to us or align to us. So as hard as it is, it's if you can start to deal with some of this anxiousness and try and find trust that life is going to work out for you and that things will show up. And this is what my talk was just about, finding the signs and the connections that are coming to you. But while we're in this nervous, anxious energy, as it's hard, and it's hard on you to feel that. Again, I feel like your stomach's really tense as well, like your whole body is really tense. So I suggest, I don't know whether you could go and get a massage or find something just to take some time out so you're not stressing so much about everything. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense. Yes, it does.
Right. I've been shuffling the cards because I work intuitively, and I've been able to connect into your friend, and so it's beautiful as well. And she's showing me handbags as well. So the shopping thing, it's a big theme. She must have, unless she was wealthy as well, because I've pulled the money, wealth, and prosperity. So this is a really good sign that something is going to come for you, and there's going to be money. So, but it's also your focus on money as well. So what it is that you want to attract, and if you're do you understand, like the focus, if your focus is just on money, broaden that view. But it's also a sign that good things are coming when it comes to money, wealth, and prosperity.
Oh, that's perfect. That helps out.
Yeah. So I feel like it's a timing thing with this work. You, as I say, just relax. In this, you may need some time. So if you're in between, just use that time really well, and enjoy that bit of downtime too. And I'm seeing like it's not exactly a crossroad, so it's a divide in the road, okay? So it's like you've got two paths. So you might be presented with two opportunities. Or is that already coming to you, or is that something that you could take two roads, or are you thinking or juggling up two decisions?
No, I haven't had anything offered. I used to work at the school, and then I was hoping to get back into the school.
Right, okay.
And then I'm studying Pilates as well.
Right, okay, so that could be two options. You see, so you're going on one track and then there's another. So it's almost like you could do both. You could do both, or you might end up veering down one path more than another.
Okay.
But again, it's coming back to you. What do you desire? Okay, so put your faith and your attention into what it is that you actually really want to do as well. This is why they're saying about the money and bringing, like, not the money to be the focus as well. Obviously, money is a really great tool and we need money, but you need to bring it back to what's going to bring you joy. What are your skill base? What is it that you love to do? What are you passionate about?
I really love the Pilates.
Yeah, I feel that you really love that, but I feel like you're really nervous it's like a big leap of faith that you need to take and to jump in. But I feel like if you're going to jump in, you need to give it your all as well, which is something, again, in that interim when you're starting something new, it does take a little time to build. But again, we've had the prosperity and wealth card. So it's a really positive sign for you if you are thinking about stepping into something new and a business or a partnership or whatever it is that you need or want to do, because that's the thing. You could potentially have other people that are joining you as well.
Oh, okay. Because I really want to work with patients who, rehabilitated patients.
Yeah.
For Pilates. That's what I really want to work with.
Yeah. So I can hear your passion in your voice. So what's stopping you?
I don't know, because I don't. It's all new. Exactly what you stated. Yeah. It's all new. So I don't. Yeah. It's an avenue I've never been down before. I've done the accounting. It's just, this is new for me. Yeah. So I don't know how the opportunities are going to start showing.
Well, they will. They will. And that's where this angst in you, if you can calm down and you can start to get really focused and clear about what it is and where you're going and what you had, because the other card that's got is be free, walk away and release. So I'd suggest that maybe walking away from the past position that you've got and walking and being free and releasing yourself from the past so you can start a new future and you can create a new direction for yourself. But you're making a decision. The fact that I've seen this pathway, it is a divided path, and you're in a place of, it's not quite clear or the clarity, but then it's like jumping off the cliff. So I've only got a really short time, so thank you. I really hope that's been beneficial to you.
It has.
Yeah, so positive changes. This is about diet and health as well. So cleaning, so you might be helping people with diet and health as well, or it might be a focus for yourself too.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So you can connect with me through my lighthearted massage page, Mystic Nick on TikTok as well. I do have Radiant Heart Connections Facebook group.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who do not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist, as well as the owner of Angels Always Around Us. So welcome. I'm glad you can join me today, whether you're joining live or whether you're watching the replay. I appreciate your time. For those of you who are wondering where to find me, I am here on A1R Radio every Tuesday at 4:30 for Angelic Insights and Healing, where we do readings, healings, whatever you need. And then you can find me on my Facebook page, which is Angels Always Around Us. You can also find me on my website, which is AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. You can also shoot me an email, which is angelsalwaysaroundus@gmail.com. Or, you can contact me through my website. One thing I would like to tell you guys, and I'm not kind of excited, I am excited about, So two things. One thing that's been going for a while is if you like Facebook and you're on it and you like groups and you like learning things, I have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. I do daily affirmations in that group. I do videos in the mornings. With affirmations, I do wellness tips. We do card readings in there, all kinds of stuff. So again, that's Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. Feel free to join that on Facebook. And real quick, another group that just started this week is Holistic Visionaries, Elevate Your Practice. That Facebook group is free for the month of December. That's so I can help holistic entrepreneurs kind of boost their business a little bit with the tips and tricks that I've learned. And so you can check me out there. And Erica from New York is here. Hi, Erica. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
Well, I'm just coming out of something very difficult. I'm recovering from. I had been through some traumatic things, and I went on a drinking spree, and now I'm trying to heal and a little anxious about my next steps and finances and
okay, so you're just looking for some general insight of where do I go from here type thing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So first of all, I want to give you kudos for realizing that you were having a hard time and for pulling yourself out. You said, you were drinking for a little bit, but now you've came back. So
yeah,
great job, because that can be really hard. A lot of people can have a hard time identifying when too much is indeed too much. And you said something very powerful and very important. You said you were on your way to healing, and you are. So remind yourself, as all this anxiety is coming through to you, remind yourself, I am healing. It's going to be okay. I do not have to beat myself up, because, we are our worst critics. And when we're trying to heal from whatever we're healing from, we have a tendency to be like, I want it healed now. I want it passed, over, done, out of my life. I want to get going. You have to give yourself time to actually go through the process. So again, be gentle with yourself during this time. Now, you mentioned you're having a lot of anxiety. So I am going to ask, do you ever use like crystals at all? Like, these little rocky things?
Yeah, well, I have a selenite, and I started, my spiritual practices again. I've been back on really going hard the past few days. So I'm really taking it much more seriously.
Right. So the reason why I asked about crystals, and I just happen to have this Dalmatian jasper. I got two of them. I got this big palm stone here, and then I got my little turtle buddy here with us today. So Dalmatian jasper is very good for calming anxiety. Another thing that's also good for calming anxiety, as well as strengthening your connection to the angels, is a light blue crystal called angelite.
Oh yeah, I know angelite. Yes.
So try keeping that with you. And you want to put that, when you're using crystals, you want to put it in your non-dominant hand if you can, like if you're holding onto it. If it's in your pocket or your bra or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But if you're actually like holding it on your hand and working, in the moment with that crystal, you want to put it in your non-dominant hand, because it sounds kind of weird, but believe it or not, it's the non-dominant hand that receives energy, and your dominant hand is the one that gives the energy.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, our hands most of the time are 12, 14 inches apart. So yes, it'll still work even if you get it mixed up. It just kind of boosts it a little bit if you put it in your non-dominant hand.
Okay.
So let's pull some cards for you and see what the angels want you to know card-wise, now that they've already told us a couple crystals that might help you. So these are really cool cards. I'm really excited for these for you. So our first card is Rochelle. And Rochelle is very important because, you're healing. You've made some mistakes, but now you're trying to get past them and move on. And she says, follow the guidance of your heart. I know you've got like financial concerns. She says, prosperity is coming to you. And what I see is this isn't even just financial prosperity. And I will tell you, I've been very fortunate and very blessed. A lot of times when the angels show me abundance or prosperity for people, they just don't talk money because they know that that's not really what we're all about. Yes, we need money to live, but they also show me that you've got peace coming. You've got happiness coming. You've got growth coming. And with that growth, it's where your healing is going to continue. I don't know how much you've tuned in or whatever. I don't know if you've caught it or how much you feel of it. I know you said you've started some spiritual practices. We can already feel the shift for 2025 starting. 2025 is going to be a great year for all those who take advantage of it. It's going to be a year of healing. It's going to be a year of growth. And I don't mean just like a little growth. I mean, like I've seen things like 25, people are going to be slingshotted to where they want to go. They're not even just like taking the slow escalator. We're getting slingshotted next year. So it's coming. So Rochelle says, just remember, as long as you're following your heart, as long as you're following your intuition, prosperity is coming. That peace is coming. Your financial worries are coming. Now, they're going to be relieved. Now, the next card, this is really important. This is Desiree. And she comes to tell you that you have to be cautious. And what I'm hearing, it's funny because the cards are almost talking faster and I can hear spirit coming in and everything's going. But what I'm hearing is with you need to be careful. And this goes for a lot of listeners out there because we all, until we train ourselves to think differently, and sometimes we can still slide back, we all kind of get in that, how am I going to pay the bills? Where's this coming from? Panic, right? Don't worry about that. I know it sounds crazy and I know it sounds too simple of an answer, but it's really not.
Right.
Don't worry about that. So I have two things to tell you as far as your finances and your caution card comes into play. So first of all, I'm going to give you a really great affirmation that if you are open to it and if you actually use it with an open mind and just like that little mustard seed of faith in your heart, it will work. I guarantee you, I've seen it work in my own life. I've seen it work in lots of clients' lives. So affirmation I want you to say every day is, I have enough for all of my needs and some of my wants. I have enough for all of my needs and some of my wants. Now, our human mind is thinking, wait a minute, I don't want some. I want the whole kit and caboodle. Well, guess what? That's putting the universe's terms. And the universe thinks way bigger than we do. So our human mind is thinking some is like this cup full of stuff. The universe is thinking some is like, okay, let me give her 3 planets worth. So I have enough for all of my needs and some of my wants. And the other thing, that goes along with that. So you're going to say that at least once a day. Anytime you find yourself starting to stress over money, over how am I going to pay this bill? I have enough for all of my needs and some of my wants, and then go think about something else happy, or at least something else that's neutral.
It is exercise.
If you're looking out at the yard and saying, wow, those flowers look pretty today, doesn't matter. You've got to, use that affirmation, set that intention, and then get out of there. Get out of there before you get stuck, because the law of attraction says, okay, we've set it to this vibration. Now, the law of attraction says we're not going to keep thinking about it, because if we keep worrying about where this money's coming from, we're going to chase that money away instead of pulling it to us.
That's right.
So again, I have enough for all of my needs and some of my wants, and let me think about something happy. I'm not worrying about that electric bill no more. And then the last card for you today is Daniel. And Daniel is the angel of marriage and also known as the angel of families. And he says, I'm here I'm giving you encouragement. I'm helping not only you heal, but I'm helping your family heal from all this trauma. I'm helping your family heal from all the damage that's been done. And what I'm hearing is he's actually working on intergenerational healing with you. Because it's not just you, it's not just your kids, it's not just your parents. You've got multiple generations that got all kinds of stuff.
I sense it. I've been sensing it's like my intuition has gotten so strong, and I've been feeling that my healing is gonna heal like my whole family.
Right. And you are absolutely correct, because and for those of you listening, and especially for you, Erica, sometimes, and I was talking to another client about this a couple of weeks ago, sometimes we're labeled the black sheep of the family, and we're kind of like ostracized and looked at like we're crazy. But the reality is 99% of the time, the black sheep of the family is labeled the black sheep because we want to break that cycle. We want to be emotionally healthy, and they're just too lazy to put the work in, and they don't care.
Right.
But we don't want that life. So everybody, all you black sheep, enjoy the pasture. Let the white sheep hang out and do their thing. Don't worry about them.
Yeah.
But everything does look good for you, Erica. Stay with where you are. Keep working on healing yourself. Keep working on your spiritual practice. Keep working on what you need to do to not, get caught down that rabbit hole of drinking again. And I think you're going to be fine. And as always, guys, if you have any questions or, if you need some follow-up advice or whatever, please feel free to reach out to me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com or on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us. And then from there you can find my phone number and that kind of stuff. I am here to support you guys. I hope that was helpful, Erica.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us today. And again, guys, you can find me on angelsalwaysaroundus.com, Facebook Angels Always Around Us, and, visit my Facebook groups. Check out Angelic Inspiration and Guidance for your daily inspiration and guidance. If you're a holistic entrepreneur, check out Holistic Visionaries and Elevate Your Practice on Facebook. We have a little group that just started. It's a great group. I'm going to share business tips with you. It's going to be amazing. Come join us. Let's slingshot everybody into the new year. Have a great day.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites. Insights. Ask1radio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and welcome everyone. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo, where intuition, energy, and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. Well, hello, beautiful listeners. Thank you for being here tonight. Today, I will be speaking about how self-care is a catalyst for expanding your intuition and psychic abilities. Did you even know that? Was that even in your awareness? That's okay if it wasn't, because tonight I'm going to dive into this and talk about it. And in fact, I'm going to come back for the next couple of weeks and dive further and further as I really expand in the conversation about how self-care is the catalyst for opening up all of your psychic gifts, all of your abilities. Did you know that all of us are psychic? It's true. You guys, every human being is psychic. It's just whether or not you are tapped in to your gifts or your awarenesses, your clairs, all the things. So the great news is this is my purpose, my passion. It's what I love to do. And I'm really great at helping others learn that they are also psychic. So did you know that using your psychic abilities is really just your intuition? This is using your own personal guidance system. It's like having your own personal GPS for you to navigate life through. And so we don't always have to use our psychic abilities to come in and do what I do, right? Some people like to use it as their means of their business and how they support themselves by helping others and doing sessions and teaching like I do. But you can tap into your psychic abilities just to help you in your everyday life. So I will be expanding into more of that as we go along. And then I will be taking some calls in just a little while around intuitive guidance and just seeing what questions you may have or receiving just general messages. I like to pull from oracle cards. So just as you're getting to know Psychic Sarah Jane over here, I will just be super transparent and clear. I'm not a tarot card reader. I'm an oracle card reader, and there is a difference. So I like to explain sometimes tarot cards are a suited deck, right? They all tarot card decks have pretty much the same cards, but it's a suited deck, whereas oracle cards are not suited and they're different depending on the author, and they have pre-channeled messages. However, I can look at the images, the titles of the card, and channel messages and give you intuitive guidance and psychic mediumship through those cards. So we'll be doing that in just a little bit. But before we begin, I like to just take a moment every episode, you guys, and just ground into our energy for a second and send some love out to the planet. So if you will, with me just for a moment, close your eyes and let's just take a deep breath in together. And just feel yourself grounding into your own energy. As your eyes are closed, imagine that your feet are planted somewhere outside in the earth. And I just want you to imagine that you have a green light streaming in through the top of your head, moving through your whole body. And this is just the heart chakra light. And now I want you to imagine that there's a magenta light that moves in through the top of your head, begins to stream in and moves through your whole body. This is the high heart chakra light for your unconditional love for self and others. And now I just want you to imagine that you have floated outside of the planet and you feel that light come out of your heart. And I want you to feel it touch every human. Just feel that light, touch every human, sending them universal, unconditional love, no matter what. Elevating the frequency and vibration of the planet. That's what we're doing by just sending love and grounding into our energy. And now just sink into your gratitude for a moment. Feel how grateful you are for this life, for being in this moment, for your breath, for all the experiences you get to have, the lessons you get to learn. And go ahead and take a deep breath in. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Welcome back. just a little practice I like to do because it never hurts to help elevate the vibration and the frequency of the planet by seeking into universal, unconditional love for ourselves and for others. So let's talk about self-care. Let's talk about what that is and how self-care is related to expanding in your psychic abilities. So I like to teach based on my own personal experiences, okay? So I am one that has been through many triumphs and tribulations, and I've had lots of experiences that have helped me on my journey, and I like to share the things that have supported me so they can support others. But one thing that I have focused on and found is the importance of self-care. And after working with many women and lots of different people over the last 5 years specifically, I've been doing this for a long time, but for the last 5 years, I've found that there is something consistent happening across the globe, and it's the lack of self-care. Whether you're a female or not, just in general, humanity is not taking care of ourselves. We have been programmed and conditioned to believe that we take care of everyone else first. But in truth, we must fill our own cup and give from the overflow. But in order to do this, we have to reprogram our subconscious mind because we have been so programmed to believe that we must take care of everybody else, especially women, right? I'm going to just talk to the moms for a moment. Like, I am a mother of 6. So what have we been taught as mothers? To take care of the home, to take care of the children, to take care of the job, to take care of all the other needs. And then if there's anything left, we get the leftovers, and there may not be anything left. But what if we flip the script? And what if we started to fill our own cup and take care of ourselves and give from that overflow? So that's what I began to do. But you know what I discovered? In the process, I discovered my psychic abilities. They were there all along, but they began to open and expand. So what are some of the ways that we do this? So the first one I always like to talk about is grounding into our energy. Well, what is that? What even is grounding? Grounding is intentionally like taking your body and saying, I'm going to ground into my physical body and become very present with the now moment. And there's different ways we can do that. Is through our breath. So we can take deep breaths in to become present. We can put our bare feet or bare hands outside on the earth, so in the grass, or lean up against a tree. We can close our eyes and even create it in the quantum. We don't even physically have to be there, because guess what? One of your number one tools in your psychic toolbox is your imagination. So you can go there by creating it in your mind, creating it within the quantum. So if we go into this space of grounding into our energy, what happens when we ground is we become present. And when we become present, we become a clear channel for information, a clear channel for spirit. So this is how we gain our confidence, our clarity, and our innate wisdom, and able to trust that is by grounding into our energy. So the way that you can strengthen your intuition and your discernment, so your discernment is using your intuition and trusting it. That's what discernment is. So you can ground into your energy. And when you do that, it will give you the clarity you need to accurately make the decisions that you need to, or the choices that you need to help support you in those decision making, and trusting that what's coming through or what you need to do is accurate. So that's the first one, is through grounding your energy. The next one is protecting your energy. So there's different methods that you can do to protect yourself or protect your energy. And you could even look this up, but just calling in different lights, right, that energetically will protect you. I actually have a grounding meditation that I like to use that calls in the protection, so you can ground and protect simultaneously. We can also cut cords. So did you know that anytime we are connecting with someone else, that we are creating an energetic cord? So whether it's through a radio show like this, whether it's through text, whether you're standing at the grocery store with someone, we are creating an energetic cord with someone, and that energetic cord stays with us after the person has walked away. So one of the things we can do to protect our energy is to cut those energetic cords and pull them out. There's different ways you can do this. I also have a guided meditation for that as well. But these are ways that we can ground and protect our own energy as part of our self-care. What I like to call this is our spiritual hygiene, okay? And when you begin doing this every day, when you begin a practice of grounding into your energy, protecting your energy, and being intentional with it on a consistent basis as part of your self-care routine, your psychic abilities begin to expand and open. Your clairs become very evident, and they show up, and you'll be able to trust them when you are grounded into your own energy. So if you can begin finding time each day to spend with yourself so that you can be intentional with this, it will massively shift your life. Now, here's the deal. What I've come to really realize is that we often start, but we don't stay with it. So there's a couple of things that you can do to support you in that, right? So the first one is this. Find a community of people that will support you. Find a buddy. Find a sister, is what I like to call them sometimes. Someone that will be with you to say, hey, here's some things that I'm wanting to implement in my life. Can you support me? Can you help me? So always having someone or your tribe, a community, a buddy to support you, you're more likely to stay consistent with it. I have an additional tool that you can take a look at. If you go on Amazon and look up the 30 Days of Me Self-Care Accelerator, I created a workbook so that you can follow along, but consistency is key. So what happens is we often fall off the wagon. That's why I created the workbook so that you could go through each day for 30 straight days. What do they always say? It takes 21 days for us to create a new habit, right? It takes 21 days to shift that subconscious mind into doing something new and different. But let's take it a step further. We'll go extra 7 days or 8 days. What is that? 9 days. 9 days. I could do math sometimes. But adding those extra days just gives you a little bit of cushion, but that workbook will help support you. And also, I have a community where I can support you further in this too. But self-care, you guys, this is going to be a movement that I'm creating. This is going to be the trend. This is where it's at, because imagine what the world could look like. Imagine what the world would look like if everyone was intentional with self-care. If we were all filling our own cups first and giving from our overflow. Can you imagine? Can you just for a moment, just close your eyes for a second and go with me, right? Because when we dream and we have more than one person holding a vision for something, we're more likely to create it. So just imagine a world where all humans were filling their cups and giving from their overflow. Imagine the kindness, the compassion. Imagine the peace and the joy that we could experience as a collective. So we are in this massive shift right now with the collective where we are elevating into these higher frequencies. And this is one of the ways we're going to do that, you guys, is by elevating ourselves, taking care of us first, and then giving from the overflow. So I'm going to pull some cards really quick for the collective and just see what does Spirit have to say based on the information that I've just shared with you. And I'll channel a couple messages before I take a couple of calls tonight. Pull 3, there's 1. So let's just see what the message is. All right. Okay. So the first card we have is growth. Seek out a mentor or guide. Take baby steps as you grow. Be willing to learn from others. So this is so accurate. This is right on point with everything I'm just talking about, okay? So find someone to support you. Seek out a mentor. It does not have to be me. Yes, I do offer lots of things that could support you, but there are many people out there, and I can't service the entire world, you guys. So let's explore that. See who might be available to you, who can be a mentor for you as you develop and want to expand in your psychic abilities, and also take your self-care into your own hands and make it a priority in your life. Take baby steps, you guys. This is so accurate, right? We often want to skip the steps. And trust me, I am notorious for that. We want to skip the steps, but taking those baby steps will actually, it reminds me of the slow and steady wins the race, right? The turtle versus the hare, like the turtle, slow and steady wins the race. So if you take the baby steps, you're more likely to get to the finish line, and then be willing to learn from others. So that's how we learn, you guys, is observing what other people do. There's no greater way to learn than that. All right, the next card we have is balance. Take time to relax, indulge a little more or less, set boundaries with your work. So balance is where it's at. And this is what we're working to create, is bringing the divine feminine and divine masculines back into balance, okay? Because we've been operating out of the wounded divine masculine, or the unhealed masculine energies, which is the hustle and the push. But we're moving away from that and falling back into our divine feminine, which is going to be flow, ease, joy, pleasure, fun. So the balance is coming back to the collective right now. That's where we're at. So that's why a lot of things are falling away. So if you're finding that there are things in your life that are no longer supportive or aligned, and they're like just crumbling, don't be surprised. It's just to help bring the balance back into your life to best support you. The next card we have is cycles. Everything has its right time. Honor the cycles of your body. Tune in to the moon's magic. You guys, lots of cycles have been coming up. This card has been popping up for a hot minute in many different readings that I've had. But the cycles that are going on right now is like, I've been talking about this for about 2 months. Get off the hamster wheel. Okay. So the definition of insanity is like doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. Okay, if you're tired of that, then get off the hamster wheel. And yes, stepping into the unknown is super uncomfortable. I'm not going to tell you that all of this is comfortable, because it's certainly not. But growth never is, but it's always worth it. It's always worth it. But if you have cycles that are repeating themselves, then you're either haven't learned the lesson yet, and that's why it keeps happening. Or if you're acknowledging it, you're saying, hey, it's here, but I'm done and I'm ready to jump off this hamster wheel. I don't want to do it. This is your sign to get off. And then the next one we have is polarity, okay? This really goes hand in hand with that balance card too, because the law of polarity says that the contrast exists. And it says, integrate your shadow side. There can be no light without dark. Understand the law of polarity. So the law of polarity says that the balance has to flow in both directions of give and receive, right? And when they're not, so if you're giving all the time, but you're not receiving, then you're out of balance. So if you want to bring them back and balance, then make sure that you are receiving as much as you are giving, especially women and mamas, okay? Especially women and mamas, because we're always giving. But make sure that you're receiving. And this can be very simple, as even as a compliment. How many times, and I've said this a million times, I'm gonna say it again. How many times has someone said, oh, I love your shirt? And you're like, oh, I got it on clearance at Target. No one needs to know that you got it on clearance at Target. No one needs to know if it was a hand-me-down or you got it at a thrift shop. The only thing you need to do is say, thank you, I received that. We deny or receive as simple as a compliment. If someone offers to take the trash out for you, thank you, I received that. If someone wants to buy your meal, allow them to do that. When you do not allow yourself to receive, you are robbing someone of their give. Do you want to rob of their give? So this is just another way that you can practice self-care. So practice receiving. That is what I encourage you to do until we come back next week, is practice the receive, okay? Practice saying yes, or practice allowing someone to give you a compliment or to do the thing that's going to elevate you, your frequency, and your energy. So, all right. So I am going to be taking a caller here. It looks like I'm going to be talking to Ashley in Providence, Rhode Island today. Ashley, when you're ready.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing this evening?
Good.
Do you have a specific question this evening, or do you want just a general card pull?
So I'll give you a little quick story. I lost basically everything about 3 years ago. My father died, and then it was just like a ripple effect. And I could not imagine where I am today 3 years ago. But at the same time, I feel like I'm not satisfied with I'm not fulfilled, emotionally, and there's I just feel like it's like drained. I don't know. There's just like a whole bunch of turmoil around everything that's happening. It's like a whole different kind of domino effect. So I just kind of wanted a general reading and
see if maybe like ask the question if I'm doing the right thing for my 2 kids. I'm a young mom of 2 kids. I have a 2-year-old and a 10-year-old. And we just basically started over. We got everything that we ever wanted in July, but like I feel like it's just like I'm like digging a hole, kind of.
Okay.
Myself. I'm just like, yeah.
Well, first of all, Ashley, I just want to say thanks for your vulnerability. It takes a lot of courage to just come on and speak so much truth, right? But this is real life, so thank you for that. I will pull some cards. The first thing I want to just say, though, I do feel the energy of your father. What was his name?
Michael.
And what did he pass from?
Like drinking.
I saw something with his heart.
Yeah, no, it was his kidneys. Everything shut down on him.
Yeah, it feels like
he fell asleep and never woke up.
Yeah, there was something else going on with his heart, though. There's something specifically with his heart that may have been overlooked. That's what they're telling me. It was my guy.
I always said that he drank because he had a broken heart. Like he always drank, but like he drank himself from a broken heart, like from my mom and stuff.
Okay. Yes, he says.
And
yes.
we also, when he passed, the houses, we had 2 houses and they were side by side. And he grew up, his parents grew up in that house. I grew up in the house. He grew up in the house. He died 2 days later after we sold the houses and he was supposed to move out. He died. He never moved out of that house. I feel like that was a big thing that happened to him too. He did not want to leave those houses.
He says, I wasn't leaving. You already knew that. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Was he stubborn?
In his own way.
Yeah, I'm feeling his stubbornness. He's good, though. He says he loves you. Do you ever feel him around you?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I do. And I got a tattoo of like the time that he like passed. And like sometimes like I'll look at the time and it'll be that time.
So I acknowledge
those numbers.
I acknowledge you the very first part of this call, Ashley, about your courage for showing up and literally of your vulnerability. And I pulled the courage card. So it says courage. You are safe. Fear is an illusion. Set strong boundaries. So the message that's coming through right now is for you, like boundaries are super important. I'm just being told that all the things that fell away was to help create what's coming. So I do feel like there's going to be a turning point. I'm seeing something around like March, April of next year for you, where there's going to be a shift in your life that will better help support you on the path of like creating the life that you're really desiring to have. But right now, like the message from your dad is like, he is actually acknowledging your ability to stay so present and to be like super clear and setting your boundaries. Like, and that's the encouragement is to keep doing that. He's telling me to tell you that no is a complete and full sentence.
Awesome.
You don't have to give people an explanation.
I love that.
I don't know what this, I'm just seeing tires. Like, I don't know if there's like a swing tire, a flat tire. I'm seeing tires.
I just filled I just filled my tire from my car yesterday.
Okay.
And like whenever anything happens with my car, I always say, oh, my dad, if he was here, he would be helping me right now. Okay, my car is always overheating. Like I'm getting like discouraged with my car. Like I'm trying to drive the kids to school and need to go to work, and my car is always messing up. And like I always say to myself, my dad would be here to help me if he was still alive.
Oh my gosh, he totally was with you 1,000,000%. That's why he's showing me the tires. I hands down believe that. He also says, I just pulled a card from my mediumship deck, and it says, although you may not understand it now, everything happens for a reason. And there's a picture of 2 hands, and they're each holding a piece of a puzzle. So puzzle pieces. So just ask for the signs. He says that he's going to show up. He's very, very, very he's a very strong energy, Ashley. And I definitely think that if you ask him to he's saying, ask me to help you. He's reminding you that he can't violate your free will. So they won't step in and support unless you specifically ask. So you can just say, Dad, I need your help. Can you help me from the spiritual realms? Like from whatever you believe in, Ashley, but just ask him. I also pulled the imagination card for you. Okay. And it says, envision a new reality, give yourself permission to dream, believe in unlimited possibilities. So this goes back to that shift that's going to be happening for you come March or April. Create a vision board is what he says, and make sure that you are being very clear in what you want to manifest. So set your intentions and then take inspired action. Don't worry about the how. Let your team and let spirit guide you. Ask them to come in and support you, and you're going to be just fine is what he's saying.
My car broke down 2 days ago, and I said, Dad, like, geez, like, help me. A hawk, because he would call me when hawks were around the house. A hawk flew right there. I was like, all right, thank you, Dad. Like, came back a few hours later, my car started right up. So like, I absolutely get that.
He will show up as hawks. You also got the trust card, which says, leap into the unknown, have faith and move forward, believe that you will fly. And I also pulled the freedom card, live wild and free, choose your freedom, claim your independence.
Awesome.
So this really is your time. I'm hearing him. He's singing the song Shine Bright Like a Diamond.
I believe it.
So that's the...
So I left my kid's father. We were together for 16 years. I'm 30 years old, so that's more than half my life. Am I doing right by my kids, or...
He's saying congratulations, like he's just cheering you on. So I'm seeing like cheerleading Palmer's, like he's just saying, yes, you're doing a great job. Keep going, keep going, keep going. So, all right, Ashley, that's the end of our call for tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I hope this was supportive, and I look forward to connecting with you again soon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a great night.
You too. Okay, you guys, that is a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope you've had fun this evening, and I hope that you do return for more next week, where I will be furthering our conversation on how self-care is a catalyst for expanding your intuition and psychic abilities. Until then, if you are looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you can book a personal session with me anytime at sarahjanepatton.com. I do look forward to serving you and this growing audience. Don't forget to invite your friends, because it definitely is just so much more fun when we can explore these things together. And if you'd like to stay further connected and get a closer look at the work that I do, you guys, please come join me in my private Facebook group. It's called Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. As you can see, woo is my theme. Be sure to tune in every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. Until next time, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and as always, welcome your woo. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to get started with sun, moon, or rising, all the signs and messages for each of the signs. And I just want to say I'm happy to be back home in Winnipeg. I was in the beautiful Hawaii for the last 2 weeks as a lifetime dream bucket list vacation. And I just wanted to say they treated me well, and I absolutely fell in love with Hawaii. And now I'm back to the snow and the winter in beautiful Winnipeg. So welcome home. But let's get started. Okay, let's start with our Aries. Sun, Moon, Rising messages for Aries. Don't make enemies where you don't need to. Tread lightly in some conversations. We do have that Mercury retrograde energy and a few other planets also going direct. Saturn being one of them, reiterating structures, Neptune being another, old illusions coming forward. Check any biases you could have over the next 7 to 10 days. Do your research. If you're going to prove a point or a fact, make sure it is researched. I feel like repetition right now could be your friend. Going over old details kind of over and over again, going over things in great detail could be your friend. And then you can mobilize. And as we get more into the third week in January, and that January energy after the 18th, you're able to really move forward and mobilize. So this is the time to play devil's advocate, double check your facts, figures, details, anything you're going to find any abnormalities. Don't see them as hindrances, see them as gifts so that you don't get, hit with them later. So I feel like you could have a lot of that sort of overshadowing information this next week, foreshadowing. Like if it's like, you need new passwords for this and new things for that, just do it because I feel like it'll save you lots of time later, Aries. Tauruses, our little Tauruses, Sun, Moon, Rising. This is a time of resurgent, a time to be willing to go on, even when sometimes things feel difficult, they feel challenging. This is a time where you're gonna dig deep into your well of reserves, abandon things that don't serve you, that don't pay you, that don't feed you, or don't be nice to you. Abandon them. You don't need them. They're sucking up your energy. Check where your remorse is coming from. Is it coming out of guilt? Are you feeling guilty and then getting conned into having to do things because you feel guilty? Don't do that, Tauruses, over the next 7 to 10 days. Be willing to cooperate, but know where your boundaries are and stick firm to them. You could be changing old heartaches, addressing heartache, things that have kind of hurt you. And you could be knowing that you're going to dig deep in your resolve, in your reserves, and you're going to keep going. That all of this will dissipate over the next few weeks. You're just being shown the areas you need to shore up in terms of who's taking your energy. And all of these moments are teaching moments. They're learning moments. You could be the teacher, you could be the student. And they're teachable moments for you, but they're big, powerful moments to move you forward. And so this retrograde energy in Mercury, and as we have 2 other planets going direct, so we have sort of like, 2 different directions. And here we are sort of in the apex of it, right in the middle. And this is a time to assess what you have, who's helping you, who's hindering you, and who to let go and what to engage in. So it's going to be really powerful for you, Tauruses. All heading us into the Aquarian time, that third week going forward in January. So then we go to Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Hello, Geminis. Boy, oh boy, you have, Jupiter's been retrograde, going over old ground. As it goes direct, you're going to have new opportunities, new things coming forward at you, new directions, opportunities, options, things that you can entertain. Again, we're looking more towards the end of January, but the next 7 to 10 days, this is about doing your homework about what is it that you really want. You might have to concede on some things. You might have to do some concessions in some things. Acting on a whim might not serve you. Things could be feeling like it's at a whim, like you're sort of at the whim of people's opinions, people's ideas, and that you might even be trying to encompass everyone's ideas, trying to bring everybody together to a similar notion. And places where you might have to also look at where you have to keep secrets, where you have to hold on to private information. Not everybody in those circles or that you're trying to bring together needs all the information. You might have to be very discerning about what you're sharing. And this is a time of maybe liquidity where things you're going to maybe line up getting money moving, getting financial documents, money processes, court processes or legal processes moving. But in order to get them moving, there has to be a bit of due diligence around the details. And having to make concessions, whether they're visible or invisible, whether they're, and where you need to become involved and where you don't need to become involved. I feel like this is a time where you want to be more of the puppet master than dancing with the puppets. I feel like this is the time to pull back and really look at each decision you're making, what impact they have on you, around you, and are they serving you, or are you serving the opinions of others? Okay. My little crabs, Cancerians, this is a time that you might be feeling like you're standing like at the edge of the abyss, and you have all this empty space, all these options, all these things in front of you, and you're not sure maybe where to move forward. And it could be blinding your vision a little bit, or you could feel like it's too dark to kind of move forward. This is a time for you to stay still, breathe in that energy, to really assess slowly and surely and methodically how you can move forward. And boy, little crabs, they sure don't like to slow down. If you've ever seen a crab on a rock on the side of the ocean, all you got to do is look at it and it runs away like super fast. And so this is a time where you have to kind of hang on to the rock, crab, hang on to the rock, don't move. Let your dreams, your vision, your notions, daydreams, let them guide you. Let yourself fall into the rabbit hole a little bit. You are freeing yourself. This is about your liberty, your ability to move forward in some way. This could be career obligations you've had, family obligations, or romantic obligations that you're finding that you're feeling freer, you're making different decisions that could do well for you. I feel like the dreams and how to achieve it, this is about facilitating your dreams. You'll dream it, you'll do it. You'll see it, you'll vision it, you'll want to create it or enact it. And I feel like reach out to people around you. Don't hesitate. I feel like you could have other people who could help you make the decision, help you see pathways, help you interpret your dreams, help you see them in a different way. Know that you have lots of creative strength right now, lots of creative ability, illuminated genius in a sense, shining light on talents, or you really drawing in your well of talents, because a crab will always say, I'm not creative. And they are. They're very talented in something. They could be very domestic. They could be very good at cooking or carpentry or calligraphy or something that they're going to be able to draw on that genius and know how to present it, or being given a choice now to incorporate it in some way in your world. So that feels really exciting. And then you could have reassignments coming with work based on your talents or your genius or your ideas. You could have reassignments in your career, your community, your work, your projects. Okay, little crabbies? All right. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Oh my gosh, Leo, you've got Mars retrograde in your sign. Going over old details. Then to go back into your 12th house of little crab, and then moving back forward to the little details. So you could feel like you got a lot done, and then everything on hold. And then it moves forward fast again. Again, that time of Aquarius, very focused on commitments and partnerships. After that turnover, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd of January, as we head into Aquarius, we feel that shift of power with Pluto, the sun joining it, Mercury, all this energy joining in that Aquarian, beautiful Aquarian energy. And that's in your house of partnership and commitments. And so, Leo, what you've had lots of activity in and then suddenly stalled over the holidays will pick up speed again at the third week in January. And this is all around things you've committed to: people, jobs, mortgages, financing, things that you could start to look at redoing, reorganizing, revamping. And it could come in because of partner, lack of partner, thought of partner, or partnerships that present themselves to you in business and in your personal life. And so this is a big deal there, Leos. And you could find yourself having made fast and swift decisions about properties, partners, and then you could have sudden shifts in new opportunities presenting themselves in the new year. And it could be things that you kind of delge back into the past and pull forward again, like, oh, years ago, I wanted to live there. Years ago, I wanted this in my life. Years ago, I was in this place in my life. And you might find that you are able to now act on some of those things in this next year coming up. So that feels really good there, Leo. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my little Virgs. All right. Creation, opportunities, introductions, your reputation, looking good out there, Virgo. You might find that with these planets going direct in Pisces, that old relationships, old things coming up, old old issues coming up with partnerships, and that could be within yourself. And you could be looking at addressing, doing therapy, looking at what's going on for you in your own world, around your own healing, health, and your wealth, your finance. And really looking at where, and have patience with some of this, because I feel like you want fast movement, but this is really requiring you to slow down, to finish, to deepen, to commit to. And this next 7 to 10 days will definitely give you a taste of what is definitely going to be moving forward in bigger ways for you at the end of January, going right to your birthday. And especially in Pisces season, which is another conversation for another show. Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, Libra, excitement, revolution, reconstruction. This is a time of vast changes going on around your work environment, your social environment, your community environment. Might feel like a bit of a whirlwind of activities and people around you. And this is the time to refuse to be part of conversations or processes or backstabbing, back-talking, gossiping, idle waste of just talking crap. Don't get into it. Don't get your energy pulled into conversations that don't need your intervention at all. And because you might even find that you could even see karma being served to people that deserve karma a little bit. And you're sitting back gleefully going, oh, well, look at that. Look what's going on for them. Too bad they effed me over earlier. And you could be finding that this is a time where you're ordering a lot of stuff. You could be getting things in order, getting papers in order, ordering supplies, ordering things that you've been needing, putting orders in place. So getting methodical and getting the details done over the next 7 to 10 days. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising. Oh, my little Scorpios, this is a time of pliability. Now, you're a fixed sign, so both your ruling planets are doing some funny things right now. Your Pluto, revolutionary, really bringing you into new spaces, new social circles, new friends, new health regimes, and new financial goals. And be pliable, be flexible. Know that you're trying to manifest your full potential. You can't be too fixed in this. That don't get complacent or don't get too fixed. Being uncomfortable might be okay for you to really get you moving on things. And that you might find your skills of prophecy, your skills of insight, intuition is like stellar. And you could have a strong impression on people, lots of charisma, carry a light stick. You could be taking up a lot of oxygen in the room. And you are getting approval for things you've been working on, things you've had in mind. You could get the go-ahead, the green lights. You can get rock star parking. It's all these kind of fun things for you guys over the next 7 to 10 days. Sagittarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. Surprises. Oh my gosh, there could be sudden surprises in cash flow, sudden surprises in visitors. You could have sudden surprises in and royalties, or sudden surprises in just the job you wanted coming up for you. And I feel like you have to adhere to speed limits. You have to adhere to limitations, structures, limitations of coworkers. You have to adhere to the structures a little bit right now, which is not really your norm. You like to test the structures or try them in different ways. This is a time, because I feel like your goal right now isn't to spin your wheels, it's to find contentment, to find safe haven, to find some time to concentrate on hobbies, efforts, personal goals or endeavors, and your fitness in that, and to see some progress with it, as opposed to that wheel spinning you might have been feeling the last few months. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, Pluto's left your sign. That's some big stuff for you. Might be feeling the weight of that. And this is going to be a really good time for you. Festivity. You could be going into your birthday season at the end of December, really looking forward to your birthday, looking forward to celebrations. You could be realizing that you suddenly have the advantage in certain areas of your life, in conversations and power struggles and work dynamics. Your goal is your happiness. Your goal is, I want to be happy, and I'm making this a priority of mine, and I'm going to see evidence of it, and you will see evidence. And things that you find that the goodwill you've put out there is going to come back at you in relevant ways, like your name was put forward for something. Hey, they suggested to go see you. You could get good referrals. You could be viewed upon as the expert in your field. You could be tapped on the shoulder. Some good stuff for you, Capricorns. Just be careful not to be a bit of a dick. Don't let it get to your head or your ego, and don't become impatient with people. Other than that, looks like it's pretty shiny for you guys. Aquarian, sun, moon, rising, getting your mind back, getting your focus back, getting your energy back. You're in the 12th house now, so this is really as you go into later into December. But as we get to January 18th, this is your time to come alive, to shine. You could be thinking about future journeys, travel. You could be fantasizing about travel, looking at distant places and distant lands. I feel like this is the time where you're ready to revolutionize your life. You're like, that's it. I'm sick of this stuff and I need a change. I need things to change in my life. And you're really in a place where you have the willpower, the means, the ability, that strength to really go forward with things. You can annihilate tasks. You can really get through a lot of stuff. And I feel like this is your time of the under pressure, shining like a diamond. You could be looking for thrills, new excitement, new endeavors, things that new entertainment purposes. And I feel like you'd want to bust out of the ordinary. So this is a bit of revolutionary time for you. And I feel like it pays off. You could have some brilliant thoughts, genius insight, new options or opportunities that come to you because you thought of things a little differently. You went outside the box. Finally, Pisces, sun, moon, rising, Pisces. I know it's been, I'm a bit out of practice talking so fast because I'm going to run into time in my show and I want to finish 12 signs. So Pisces, this is going to be a time where don't let your fear keep you behind. You're going to have 2 planets now moving direct in your sign structures, and with Neptune really helping you see clearly the past that weren't serving you, people that weren't serving you. You really standing in your own power and saying, this is what I need. This is my boundaries. This is what I'm defining. I feel like you could be very emotional. You could really feel those feels, channel them into creative efforts, spiritual efforts, even doing some past life regression, hypnosis, looking at your psyche, psychedelic therapy, therapeutic, really paying off for you, addressing old fears, addressing things that you felt turned away from before, won't be turning you away. You could be dealing with a lot of father and divine masculine wounds and really standing in that divine masculine power. That's that Saturn energy, really holding you to account to structures and really standing up for yourself in those structures and finding power there. Brilliant stuff for you. All right, thank you. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And let's get to a reading. We have Lisa in San Jose, California. Lisa.
Hi there.
Hello, lovely Lisa. My name is Bernice. I'm a psychic in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I'm here to be of service to you, and I have a few minutes. How can I be of service to you today?
Hi, Bernice. I just want a little bit insight on what's going on or going to happen with my marriage.
Let's take an insight to what is going to happen with your marriage. And I want you just to bring that relationship to mind, in your mind, and just hold presence for it. I want you just to hold space, and I'm going to kind of tune into you a little bit. Okay. I feel like there is, at the moment, there is 2 different directions. And I feel like the 2 of you could have fallen out of orbit, meaning that you're trying to maybe pull things back into orbit. Maybe there's a desire to see where things are at. Maybe priorities have shifted to places that have made you feel maybe a bit less of a focus, less important. And you're going to have to focus that energy on yourself. I feel like one of my bigger messages to you around this idea right now is you have to love yourself, because you might be trying to put that with your partner and they can't reciprocate for some reason, because there's something very much about, because I keep hearing the word feeling inadequacies, and you're not. I feel like you might be seeing through a different lens of the marriage. Now, may I ask, if you don't mind me asking, what is the day and month of your birthday?
February 1777.
Oh, Aquarian. Okay, just the day month. What is the day and month of the partner's birthday?
10/12.
I'm saying 7/12. Is that what I heard?
October 12th.
Oh, October 12th. Sorry, my bad. So you're both earth sign energy. Okay, so I feel like you need to get on the same page about the priorities in the relationship. That communication over the last maybe 8 weeks, 8 days, 8 months, I feel like you're on different platforms. You're on different formats of the communication. I feel like the both of you might need to get away from family a little bit, pull more insular. And I feel like, I keep getting the birth of, like, for instance, where there's endings, there's the birth of. So in your partner's family, in that family energy, I feel like where there's been endings, there seems to be some new beginnings. That could be the birth of a child, the birth of new things, something new coming for them. Their energy could be very much tied up in some way there. I feel like there's a few, and I mean everything I say with love, there's a few knives in the back. And I feel like you might have to stand up, Aquarian. You might have to say, hey, this hurts my feelings. Hey, I don't feel considered. Hey, I don't feel seen. And I feel like, and I'm going to say this, please don't hate me, but I'm going to go there. You might wind up with an option around relationships, and you might feel tested in the current situation. And as you're sort of feeling tested or not seen in some way, that someone else pops up. You don't have to look for anybody, but that treats you or talks to you or triggers you in a way that you might start questioning, what am I doing in this relationship? Is this the right relationship for me? Where is this going? Now, can the current relationship you're in be worked on? Yes, but I feel like if the goal is to work on it, the two of you might not be on the same goal. Like, you would have to actually do some work within this relationship to be on the same page.
Okay.
Just to make sure that, because I feel like you're not going to be heard, Aquarian, and that Libra could get very wrapped up in things going on in their life, and that they could put that as a priority over you. Just so you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't think I'm talking about I love you, I don't love you. I don't think that's the conversation. I feel like it feels, and I mean this with love, it could feel a little empty, and that things aren't in the same page. Things are sort of, and I feel like, can it turn around? Yes. Can you work on this marriage? Yes. Yes, both of you can. As long as I feel like both of you are invested in working on the marriage. Whereas I would almost hope that maybe Libra doesn't just pacify you,
Yeah.
Okay. There is something that, can I ask you, did you make alternate plans at Thanksgiving or something like than you normally make?
No.
I don't know if I'm asking the right question. Sorry.
I'm sorry? What was that?
I wasn't sure if I meant, so what I mean, I think what I'm asking is, because I asked if you made alternative plans together. Do you guys normally have your family or something at Thanksgiving?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and you might wind up having alternative plans to spend time together, focus on together, focus on coming back together. And I mean in deeper ways, building intimacy. You might even need to touch them when you talk to them, so they hear you, so they're present.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's hearing me.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I don't think that he's hearing me.
He's not hearing you. That's kind of what I'm saying. That you're not being seen or heard. And sometimes, like, I feel like that Libra energy, maybe he doesn't even know what you mean. Like, what do you mean? I'm here. What do you mean? So I feel like if I were to say, touch him when you talk to him, like hold his arm and say, hey, honey, can you take out the garbage? Sounds different than wah, 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 right? Like talking at him.
Yeah.
Also, finding alternative plans to the greater family where you have just your little family. You have just you guys, just you.
Okay.
And make a tradition in some way that's just you guys. Like, for instance, something romantic, like, ooh, let's do something different. We're just going to order Chinese food and stay in bed all day and cuddle, you know?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing around, because there's a lack of communication, and I feel like if you said, oh, let's go to therapy, they would go, but I don't know that you're actually working on things. I feel like they might say, well, there's nothing wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. So
exactly.
And it's okay. I also feel like you need to play. Can you play together? What do you play together? Play. A very brilliant guru once said to me, he said, the pathway to joy is play. Okay. And together, what is it that you play together? It could be cards. It could be, we have our Saturdays at the market. I want you to create a sanctuary around this relationship with them, that you value it, because you might feel they're not communicating, but I also feel like there's a lot of other priorities or demands on it that kind of kills the intimacy.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay.
Okay.
Now I have about 60 seconds, as my producer lets me know, and I'm going to just say this to you. I want you to also practice some of the old romantic things, like, when's the last time you wrote a love letter? Just saying, I love that stuff. Libras like to be chased and romanced a little bit. They do.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Aquarian, you're very inventive, and you're very thoughtful. You're very thoughtful. And I want you to pour that energy on your partner, because I feel like this can be worked on. And I feel like it's not just direct, let's just do therapy. I think there's lots of other intimate ways you can do this. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for finding me on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television. My name is Bernice Bisson, and you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'll see everybody in 7 days.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, fanfare. Reverend Elliot, coming to you live from New York, where we're going to get together now, and I'm going to shuffle the cards up here a little bit. We're going to spend some time getting away from the mundane problems in the world and take a look at the more spiritual side of things and see what we can get into. I mean, that's kind of an interesting thing coming from a guy from New York, where people just walk around shooting each other in the back. But hey, and then get marriage proposals over it. But this is just when you thought it couldn't get any stranger in this world. Here we go, right? But we're in very strange times, and the only cure for that is to look into the spiritual aspect of things. My throat's a little scratchy. I'm fighting a cold, and I mean that literally. I don't mean I'm they usually it's figurative, but I don't want a cold. I don't want it. I refuse to have it. So I am doing whatever I can to make it go away. I'll take it by the throat and punch it. I'm so sick of being sick. At least I'm here. What is this? 4 weeks in a row now? This is a record. For me, right? But like I said, the doctors are piecing me back together. I've been doing tarot readings for people, and I want to remind you that my tarot readings are still a half off. That's the mandatory sound that goes with that. That means you can go to magic-works.com and look at the rates for the tarot readings. You can see it at the homepage, or you can go to the tarot reading page. And just whatever those rates are, you cut them in half, and I'll do the reading for you at half price. This is simply my way of making up for all the time we've lacked together. In the last hardly at all this year did I shudder to think of how few shows I've done this year, as the year is now rounding to a close. But that's what I want to do now. The best option here is my email reading, which you get a 2-page report. It's a $10 reading, but now it's $5. Can't beat that. Just can't beat that. Maybe I'll figure out a way to beat that. Maybe I'll cut it again, but I think half is good. Half is good. We got to here at the occulto class, the occulto lounge, or whatever we call it. We have received a shipment of books. So that's coming back now. We were sold out of some books at Amazon.com. So please, I'll be putting those up soon. So take a look at that. Most importantly of all, what's back in stock now is the 10 lost books of the prophets. A lot of people have been buying those books through the publisher, which is a really good way to do it, because there's 10 books, you can get them at your own speed, you can get them any way you want, and it costs less also. But there are other people who like to get them all at one shot, and they do that either through the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets.com or Amazon.com. You can get them that way. There is one set available. Again, this is something we do rarely, but I do it now and then. You have one set of hardcover books. Now that's rare. I mean, it's rare enough that somebody, meaning me, has reissued these books, these wonderful occult books, in a readable format, but and a facsimile of the originals, but larger. With the original ones could fit in a shirt pocket. They were very small. No, but these are full-size books. And now I also do it every now and then in hardcover. It costs a little bit more, but I think it's worth it because it's rare, and it will last. Now the other books will last too. They're very strong books, unlike the originals, which by now are all a good 80 years old, 90 years old maybe. So when you get your hands on an original set of this, it goes for several $100s. Sometimes up as much as $400 or $500, and they crumble, So I don't even I think that the people who buy them don't even read them. Well, I got my hands on a very good set. One of the books was almost illegible, but I was able to make out the wording. And I restored the whole thing, and that's where this new set of books comes from. If you want to learn more about it and download a brochure about it, go to 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com. And you'll see everything you need to know there. And there may even be a set of these available at eBay. I might just list a set there too. So it makes it easier to get these books. They're really, if you are thinking of starting an esoteric library, this is the way to do it, because it's a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a synthesis of many different occult books, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. Those of you who are very familiar with the occult works will recognize some of the books. There's things in there from the power of the Psalms. There's things in there from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. There's things in there from all kinds of occult books, and it's very well laid out. And you don't have to waste your time chasing after every single book on the shelf. You just get these 10 books and you'll be really well grounded. Now, if you really want to get into it, there's the Equinox, which is a huge set of books, which recently went into the public domain. So there's a lot of options out for getting that. I'm not going to be republishing that, but that is a real hefty dive into esoteric lore. So, to consider that if you're interested in all this. If you want to be a little more simple about it and start an easier way into it, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets is a good way to do it, and so is my book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which goes into a great deal of esoteric lore and wonderful stuff there, and it's all in a very positive vein. You're going to be hearing more and more as we approach the end of the year about the evils of witchcraft. This is just the way the news operates. They've decided now they're going to pick on witchcraft, which is not. We don't have a good history with that here in this land, because there's this, there was witch hunts. It's part of the language, and you know why. Maybe you don't, but just look into the Salem witch trials. But the witchcraft is going to be the next big thing, and then they're going to go after Ouija boards and tarot again. So there you go. What can I tell you? There's big things coming now. I'm finishing off projects that I started several years ago, and I had to put them on the back burner because of health issues. One is my Vision Power kit, which is going to be, the technology has changed so much. I was going to include some books. Then I was going to include the books as PDFs on a CD. Now I'm going to use a thumb drive, and who knows what I'm going to use next. ESP probably, right? But keep an eye out for news about that. If you want to be able to see news about what I do, you can always check out my blog, which you can find through my website, magic-works.com, or you can follow me at Twitter, where I have dozens of followers, because I don't argue with people. I don't fight with people. I don't call them filthy, vile names. I enjoy being around people. I like talking with people. I like meeting with people. And that seems to be the antithesis of Twitter. But I do announce things there, like sales on books, sales on the occult jewelry. I believe there's a 20% sale now. If you go to again, magic-works.com and take a look at the occult jewelry page. click on one of the items and see what it's selling for. I believe there was Monday, there was a 30% off sale, and I think now it's down to 20%. But that's still a hefty discount. I usually don't bother with 10%, telling people a 10% discount, 10 cents on the dollar. It's not really worth it. It's a minor thing. But anyway, these are interesting products, and I wear the first pentacle of the sun. I wear all the time, and I get so many compliments on that. And I thought I'd mention that you can find out about the rest of the collection by going to the occult jewelry page at magic-works.com. So let's before my throat gives out altogether, right? Let's get to some readings. How's that? I usually talk for about a half hour because I'm a blowhard, but I'm feeling much more convivial today, and I would like to do some readings right off the bat. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Denise in Longwood, Florida. Hi, Denise. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad you're doing well, too. What can I look at for you tonight?
Wondering how my daughter Stacy is doing.
Your daughter's safety or Stacy, you said?
Stacy.
Okay, good. I was worried there. Let's take a look. Well, she seems happy enough. I've got a lot of happy cards here. Is she about to start a new job, a new career in any way?
No.
Okay, because I do see the Knight of Rods is here, and that can indicate that a new work will be coming her way. There's a new career path. The King of Cups is here, so she's emotionally and well balanced. The Nine of Cups is here, is a person who's happy, and the Sun is here. If there had been any problems she's in a stage now of healing and health and growth. So that's good.
She's dead.
Oh, well, then she's in the other side. She's experiencing that. When I do readings about dead people, I get this card all the time. Regular listeners would know. And what their message is that I'm doing very well where I am now, and I'm growing. So that's good. I mean, it's one of the paradoxes I never expected, because I used to get these people would ask me about looking at somebody who has passed on, and I would get cards like the death card, of course, which is telling me that that's what the reading is about. And then I would get these cards like these, always the Sun, which is about a spiritual growth and happiness. So I think that your daughter is doing very well spiritually on the other side. Okay?
I guess.
Well, that's what I'm seeing. I can understand that would rule out a new job, but there's new stuff happening there. But there's healing and health and growth. That's what's important. And here's the 10 of Cups, which is a card of happiness. I always get these cards of happiness, even when a person passed under very sad circumstances. It turns out that they are growing where they are, and that's good to know. Is there anything else you'd like to look at?
Yes. Can you tell me if there is a child with her?
A child. Okay, let's see. That should be easy to see because there are pictures of children in these cards. So let's see what we get. I'm not seeing anything other than the card that I just got before you asked me about that, which indicated a happy family. So that's possibly the answer right there, is that it was the card of being with other members of your extended family.
She was very, very happy when she was here. She had 2 kids here, but 2 people told me that she is in heaven. Mm-hmm. Or wherever, with a baby boy. And I didn't know she had another child at some point or miscarriage or whatever.
Well, I'm not seeing that, but like I said, I did have that card which indicates this is the one again. I just got it again, which is the 10 of Cups, which is a card of not just happiness, but there are 2 children on that, a boy and a girl, and it's about a happy family.
Yeah, they are very happy now. I'm not happy because it
hurts. It hurts us.
Well, of course it hurts. And it would hurt less if my son-in-law was not hating me as much, but...
well, that's families, right? But what I'm seeing is that your daughter's doing very well and is adjusted and is very comfortable in a sense, if you know what I mean. And well balanced.
No, I feel that. I feel that she is good, happy, adjusting, whatever. I wish I was, but I'm not.
Well, you'll get there. You'll work through that. The Temperance card.
It's been 5 years. Come on.
Well, 5 years is not that long, I mean, let's face it. I mean, people I wasn't that close to who have been gone now for 4 or 5 years. I feel the loss still. That's just the way the world gets at some point. The world starts taking away more than it gives us after a while, and it's something we have to get used to, and something I'm not that eager to face, if you know what I mean. So you sound.
Oh, I know what you mean.
You're dealing.
I think wish my son-in-law was nicer to me. He's never liked me. He's never liked me.
Well, that's his loss, wouldn't you say?
It is, except he's keeping my grandkids from me. Oh yeah, he's lost for me.
That's terrible. That's just an awful thing to do. There are legal remedies. You have some kind of rights.
Not in Florida. Not for grandparents. No.
No, not Florida. Well, I see that there's something going to change.
Well, that's what's happened.
And that you're prepared for that, because I have the Justice card here too. I see that you're going to get justice regarding this at some point. Okay. That's a very important card. I will light a candle for you. Send energy from a nice white candle and send it your way tonight. How's that?
That sounds perfect.
Thank you so much, and take care.
Thank you. I really appreciate the call. Bye-bye.
Bye. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliott. There's so many things in this life that are just people being cruel to other people for no particular reason. Even if there is a reason, is it worth it? It reminds me of something that the great psychiatrist Carl Jung said ages ago, which of course would have to be ages ago since he's long gone, that most of the problems in life, we don't solve them, we outgrow them. And you see? That's a very deep thought. And we certainly live in a corrupted world, and there's a lot of anger and jealousy and envy and you name it. But there's also a lot of good, and but there's such pain, and we deal with that in many different ways. That's one of the things that the esoteric occult arts help us with, is dealing with the bigger picture, the bigger picture than just the pettiness that so many people engage in. It's just, if I could do anything, I would certainly want to, with a stroke of my wand, make all that go away, because I've seen cruelty just for the sake of cruelty. I've seen people who I could only call vampires, because they love starting trouble with people, and then they sit back and smile. They love that. Well, that's not very cheerful, but that's a reality, and that's the fallen world that we're in, and that's why we all have to find as much positive energy as we can wherever we go. And like I constantly talk about this book, Unmasking Fear, because, we just spent a year being subjected to the whims of a highly paid group of people whose job was to upset us and scare us. And they're doing a good job. There's people who are having breakdowns because of the election, which is hilarious if you think about it, because, these things come and go. You deal with what's there. Years and years ago, we had a mayor here in New York that a lot of people didn't like. But we dealt with him, my wife and I, with our business, and said, how can you deal with that man? How can you deal with that man? I said, because it's not him. We need to deal with the mayor of the city of New York, and he happens to have that job at the moment. And they could never separate it. They could never do that. And, they just, it was such vileness. And this particular guy who was the mayor was, well, look, I won't beat around the bush. It was Mayor Giuliani. He had a reputation for being a sour, angry, nasty person. He was a lot of fun to be around. I mean, seriously. He was a good listener. He enjoyed people. He was quick to laugh, and he could join in the fun. You wouldn't believe it from the heavyweight reputation that he had. He was just a lot of fun to be around. What can I tell you? I mean, it's we've all got our problems, and there's no point in shoving them down anybody else's throat. Cambria in Erie, Pennsylvania is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Cambria. It's in a nice name. Any story behind it? Is there a story behind that name?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just very euphonious. It sounds nice. What can I look at for you today?
So, I'm looking to contact somebody who recently passed away.
Oh. Okay. Let me just shuffle up the cards and see. There's usually a card or two that I get that confirm these kind of readings. I never did this kind of reading until I started doing the readings at Ask One Radio. It never occurred to me to do it. I gave it a try, and it seems to work. It's kind of interesting how this happens because, there was just the thing in the news yesterday and today that there was a scientific study that seems to indicate that reincarnation is real because the energy of life doesn't dissipate. It keeps going on and on. And congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Scientist, for coming to the conclusions that the esoteric arts have known about for centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. Okay. This is the judgment card that's got the resurrection angel in there. So that's one of the cards I look for when doing one of these. This is following the almost predictable pattern for these kind of readings. The first card is very sad. It just indicates sadness and loss and defeat. Yeah. And the person had a very hard time at the end, I suppose. But after that, what's fascinating is the cards are positive. The world is there, which is a card of success and joy and happiness. The 9 of coins is a person who is developing a more secure outlook. The Ace of Cups is here, which is a person who's growing emotionally. Here's the Death card, of course, which I always expect to see in one of these readings at some point, just to confirm that it is a message. The message is the person had a very bad time at the end. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was my dad. He just passed on December 6th.
Well, according to what I'm getting here, the message I'm getting here is I'm doing okay. I'm happy. and I'm well balanced, and I'm growing. And this is the paradox with these readings, that they open up with such sadness, like the 9 and 10 of Swords, and then they get the World and the Ace of Cups and the 9 of Coins. These are, and your Temperance. That's the card of balance being restored in one's life. So in the spiritual realm, I'm getting the message from your father is that I'm doing all right where I am. My energy is healing and growing and doing well. And that's here it is again. This is the Sun. I said earlier with the person I was doing a reading for, I always get the Sun when I do these readings. That's a card of healing and growth. Mm-hmm. So spiritually, your father is evolving and wants you to know that he's doing very well. That's how I interpret. That's my interpretation.
Struggling. I'm struggling with this.
Well, it's so new, and it's it's just very. It doesn't go away. I know that it stays, but it's so recent. So yes, it's a shock, isn't it?
It's very much so. Yes, he was left alone, and I don't know exactly what happened when he passed, but I know he passed. I know he had aneurysms before. I don't know if maybe he died of an aneurysm.
Well, are you getting any information from the medical staff? Or is that just over with?
No, they're just saying he died of natural causes. They're not telling me anything.
Okay. Well, I've said, while you were doing that, while you were explaining this to me, I pulled a couple of cards, and they're very interesting cards here. And one is the 6 of Swords, and the 6 of Swords shows a person traveling across a river from choppy waters to smooth waters, which is telling me that your father is making a transition to a more peaceful way of existing in another realm. But more importantly, there's the 10 of Coins here. Now, this is not necessarily about money. That's about family and lineage and grandparents and great-grandparents and grandchildren, that he is in the arms of the ancestors, and they're taking care of him. That's what I see.
That's good to know.
So these are... Yeah, this is, but you're not. This is not going to really. This is just something to keep in mind. Here's this card I also had earlier is the 10 of Cups. This is a card of happiness. I invariably get cards of happiness for people who've recently passed, because the difficulties of this life are gone, are over for them, and they're now growing and evolving in a different way. That's, again, this is happening. This happens almost every single time I do a reading like this.
Right.
So it's worth knowing, but it's certainly, I wouldn't say that it's going to ease your pain right now. That's for sure. I wouldn't dare to presume to even try to do that. But it's just worth keeping in mind that this is a message that I get frequently when I do this, which is it amounts to I know it's painful, but I'm doing better, and they just that the soul wants you to know that. Okay.
Okay. All right. I hope he knows that I love him very much and I miss him very much.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. Look at that. I got the Temperance card, which shows an angel there, and it's about balance and doing very well in terms of emotions and balance, because there's a cup there. Yes, I absolutely see that. There's no way around it.
Okay.
And
thank you so much.
And that's why he has this message for you. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Yep.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And you're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. We just hit the half-hour mark here. So you see how we get a lot more in when I don't spend too much time babbling at the front there. Sorry if my throat is a bit scratchy. it happens to me this time of year when the air is so dry and I want my mellifluous tones back, but I'll settle for this because I'm glad to be with you. I really missed you, and it's been lonely here for me. My wife has been in the hospital now for 3 weeks. Probably 4 at this point. She's had a couple of surgeries, and they have to keep her in there for observation, and she's just really feeling miserable and misses me, and it's empty here. I had an operation done last week. I don't know if I mentioned that when I did the show last Wednesday, but I had surgery the day before. And jumped right back into it here. And it wasn't a major thing, but it was painful and annoying. But it had to be done. And we're just at that stage now where we're both going through medical stuff. And they're patching her up. You know, they're just as they put me back together again, so that I'm strong enough to walk around more in New York. I missed walking. I was so weak. And I'm not weak anymore. I'm pretty strong, and my wife has been through hell for a few years since she had a terrible accident. But they're going to help her with that too. And this is in a way, this is just the torture we have to go through to get the brass ring. You know? So I would appreciate it if there's anybody out there who knows how to send positive energy, Reiki energy, things like that. If you could keep my wife Sandra in your mind there and send some positive energy her way, she sure could use it. She's so forlorn at this point, and it's heartbreaking. But you know, there's not much I can do. We speak now and then. I can't go visit her in the hospital because I know that I've been through this with her before. It'll just break her heart if I go and then leave. You know, so I'll see what I can do. She has some friends who visit her regularly, so that's good. One cut her hair the other day. It's always good. You people who have hair. Boy, so if you could just, I would appreciate anything any light workers can do to send energy towards Mrs. Reverend Elliott. And it would be greatly appreciated because I want her to know that she's not alone. Mary in Greenville, Texas is next. Hi, Mary. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Excuse me. Hello.
Hi. You sound like me. My throat's giving out on me too. I hope I didn't make you sick, did I?
Oh no, of course not.
Good. You know. What can I look at for you, Mary?
I'm wanting to know about my recent ex, and if I should just walk away from it.
Well, in my experience, people who ask me a question like that know the answer, you know. But I'm getting cards here that show that you're very conflicted about this.
Yes.
Now, that's the Chariot is one card here. That's a person is trying to get a chariot to go in one direction when one horse wants to go this way and one wants to go that way, and you're using a lot of emotional and physical energy to control that. I got to go into this next card because the card is the devil, which is it's not an evil card. It's a very different thing from the old, satanic stuff. With the devil represents a very attractive person, a very powerful person, a person who you are drawn to. The only warning is that you don't want to give up yourself too much to that person. Exactly. This isn't now because the devil card is not necessarily a satanic evil person, but a person who is very compelling and And you're feeling that attraction right now. You're really feeling that pull. I see here also the Four of Cups tells me that there's something coming your way in terms of romance and the relationships with somebody else, but you don't know who it is yet. Because that's a person looking at Four Cups. The cups are affairs of the heart. And there's a cloud with a hand coming out of it offering another cup. And you just don't notice that yet in that card. So there's a possibility that something new may come your way.
Okay.
If you're looking for it. Emotionally, you got a lot going on right now. I can see that in the Seven of Cups. The Seven of Cups is almost a confusing array of emotions and ideas and thoughts, but I don't see this lasting too long. Right now, you're just feeling stuck. That's the Eight of Swords, but I see you getting free of that and making a more rational decision. Mm-hmm. Right now, though, you're really you're under. I don't want to say under the spell of the person, because it's not like the person's doing something, it's just that you're talking about a very compelling person who you find very attractive, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's hard to resist. So you have to decide how far you want to take that. But I have a card here that tells me, that's the Six of Rods, that whichever way you go with this, you're going to make the right decision for you.
Okay.
So it's that's not the best possible answer, but it's the right one in that sense. That you trust yourself and you'll make the right decision for you. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
I think that's it right now. I'm just seeing so much turmoil over this relationship because.
That's the Seven of Cups. That's that card, because it's running so many emotions through your head.
Uh-huh.
But here, this is good news. The card I have here is Temperance. That's a card that says balance will be restored. So just hang in there, okay? This separation is fairly recent?
Yes, within a week.
Okay. So you're still adjusting to it, and it's difficult. I know. I mean, it's these things hurt. That's how we are. We bond with people, and then these things happen, and it hurts. But right now you're out of balance, and you know why you're out of balance. So that puts you ahead of 99% of other people. So that's good right there.
Uh-huh.
But the Temperance card says you're going to get back into balance. And you're going to make the right decision for yourself, okay?
Okay.
So hang in there, and if you need, you can send me an email anytime if you just need to look at a few more cards or something. My email is asktaro@earthlink.net. You can find me through magic-works.com, which is also linked to askoneradio.com. There's all kinds of ways to get it. I'm the easiest person in the world to find. So if you need to, let me know, okay? Thank you so much for calling. Bye-bye now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very difficult. I mean, I've seen people in relationships who hated each other. I mean hated each other. And then when it broke up, they were upset and sad. You see, it's just odd. There was a guy I knew who, his name was Robert Altman, but he wasn't, not the movie director, but his name was Robert Altman. He was more famously known under his stage name, which was, believe it or not, Uncle Dirty. Uncle Dirty. But he made a life's study of relationships, and he figured out why. He was an interesting old guy. He figured out why people stay together when they hate each other. He said to me one day, you know what it is? I realized that people would rather be miserable than be lonely. Now, there you go. Loneliness is frightening. Now, I've been here alone. I've been living with the same person in this apartment for 40 years. And for the last almost month, I've been alone. It's very, it's very difficult to adjust. And I certainly, I'm looking forward to her return. It's just, it's discombobulating. So, this is not like the breakup of a relationship, but it's an emotional separation that's really hard. And I'm sure you appreciate that. I'm sure you understand that. Teresa in Shelbyville, Missouri is next. Hi, Teresa. You're on with Reverend Elliott. Therese. Oh, hi. It's Therese, not Teresa. Sorry.
Yes.
I've got to get rid of these store-bought glasses. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Just general.
Okay. Let's see what we've got. Wow. Okay. This is a card that I never got for me in a reading. And it's the Fool. That doesn't mean you're a fool. The Fool card is probably the single best card in the deck. It's the most positive one. It means that the person who you're reading for is the beloved of God. The gypsies, or Romani as we call them nowadays, I guess, they find that to be the most powerful card in the deck, and the person has great spiritual protection who gets that card. And if there was anything bad in this reading, a lot of people would get a little nervous getting a reading because they don't want to see something bad. If any bad cards showed up, this would negate them. The next card is the Sun, which I've gotten several times today already, which is health and healing and happiness and growth. The next card is the Lovers, which is an interesting card. You may be facing a choice. It's not about romance, no matter what the movies may say. It's about a choice in your life of the sacred and the profane, to put it as bluntly as possible, but it can be more nuanced than that. And then the Ace of Cups is here, which tells me that you're entering a period of renewed growth emotionally, which is happiness. Let me ask you about this, because it's the Eight of Cups, which is very good. It's about a person who is walking away from the things in life that are not working for her and going towards the things that are working. Are you working on rebuilding your life?
Yes. Everything you said is spot on.
Well, there you go. These are your cards, and they're very good cards, and it shows that what you're doing, if you have any doubts about it, you're on the right path. You're very spiritually protected. You're growing. You're making a proactive effort to get from where you are to where you want to be. And I see nothing. And here's the Temperance card. You have so many major cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6 cards. The Temperance card, again, that's a card of balance restored. So your life is, if it's been out of whack, is going to get back into balance. You're entering a renaissance. You're entering a new life in many ways. Let me put it that way.
Yes. Yes.
Yep, here's again the 10 of Cups, which is health and which is happiness and a happy family. The 10 of Swords, that's the ugliest looking card in the deck, and it's probably one of the best, because it means that the worst is over. The life has thrown whatever it can at you, but you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going, and you're going to succeed because the world is here. The world is the card of assured success. So you're right at the precipice of a rebirth, and you're ready for it, aren't you?
I am.
Well, it's coming partly because of your own efforts, and that's good, because it's not being imposed on you. You want it, and you've been working toward it, and you're succeeding. And I find this array of cards to be astonishingly good. And very happy. And well, here we go. The High Priestess, that's just another major card. All these major cards show me that this is a very important thing in your life. The High Priestess is a woman with spiritual power, and you got it. That's you, and you're using it. So, I don't even need to wish you luck. You make your luck, and you're succeeding at it, and you're doing very well. Okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just confirming everything I've always been told, but,
Good.
It's always nice to hear again. Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things I like about tarot is that it can confirm these things, and it does. You don't have to go into any detail in front of all the listeners, but I'm glad that it resonates with what's happening in your life, because this is a splendid, splendid reading, and I wish I had a reading like that at some point in my life.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you.
My pleasure. Have a nice night. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get another caller in. Joanne in Kingston, Ontario is next. Hi, Joanne. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, I understand that Canada is soon to become the 51st state of America here, huh?
Well, we'll see about that.
Yeah, right. That's kind of a bizarre move there to keep referring to Mr. Trudeau as Governor Trudeau, but
yeah.
I think our incoming president is being rather puckish at this point and enjoys tweaking him a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, who's going to get Niagara Falls if you leave, right? If you leave Independence, are they going to turn that into an amusement park here?
So what strange happenings.
Yeah, what can I look at for you?
Well, surprise me.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a card that keeps bouncing here coming up here. It's the Temperance card. That's a card that says that balance is restored in your life. Have things been out of whack in your life lately?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's going to change, because the next card is the Wheel of Fortune, which means a change. The change is the Star. The next card is, these are, by the way, Temperance, Wheel of Fortune, and the Star. These are major cards. Out of all the cards in the deck, there's 22 major cards, and you just got 3 of them. So this is a way of saying that this is an important reading for you. The Star is hope and optimism, and you're going to need that, because I don't like what I see. The next thing here, it's not bad in terms of you. It's bad in terms of somebody else. I've got these 2 cards here, the 7 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. I rarely get the 2 of those together. I got them last week, I think, or the week before together. This is telling me that there's people who are deliberately making trouble in your life behind the scenes. Do you feel this?
There's always people making trouble. Yes, I do.
Yeah, well, that's the human condition, isn't it? I mean,
yes, it is.
When my wife and I were running a newspaper, we had members of a certain political party which runs New York were sending people out to demand that people not advertise with us. They thought that they could work behind the scenes and attack us. They got us about 3 new advertisers by doing that. So there's always somebody who wants to do that.
Yeah.
These are 3 cards here that are swords. The 2 of Swords is here, the 7 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. The 5 of Swords and the 7 of Swords are about the people doing bad things behind the scenes. The 2 of Swords is telling me that it's not going to have any effect on you. It's a stalemate. They're failing. So that's worth knowing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You're headed from rough waters to calm waters. That's the 6 of Swords. I had that card earlier. So this is telling me that although there are people for reasons of their own who are trying to be really nasty to you, they don't want you to know it. That's why they always are behind the scenes with that.
Yeah.
But it's not working. And I every time I get these cards for people, they tell me that they know that this has been going on, but I can see that it's going to fail. I've got the 10 of Swords here. It shows the person lying in the mud with 10 swords in his back. These people are not going to succeed at it. You're going to come out of this okay. You're going to come out of this just fine. Okay?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Well, I just, if you want any hints on things that you can do magically to turn some of this energy back on these people, drop me a line at asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to tell you a few things to do, because it's an important thing. No charge, of course. I'm not drumming up business here. I can show you a few things to do, and I've only got 5 minutes left. I couldn't really go into it and do it justice. But if you want to know what to do in order to counteract malicious activity in your life from people like this, malign individuals, I will be more than happy to tell you. But I've got the sun here again. See, there it is again, the sun, the healing, health, growth, happiness. You're going to come out of this just fine. Okay?
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I've got to run now. So thank you very much for calling. And I see all is going to be well with you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks for the read. Bye-bye.
Bye. My pleasure. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And when is he going to get a magical door? Do I have curtains on the magical window? That would be good. Curtains would be nice. Of course, magical windows. I'm such a klutz, I'd break a real magical window in no time. I have a black mirror, a wonderful black mirror, a magic mirror for scrying. You can read about that at my website, I think. Good Lord, I've lost track of what's at my website, magic-works.com. I'm sure I have something in there about black mirrors. It's worth looking at, but I barely use it. I barely touch it because I'm afraid of breaking it. I can be a real klutz. I really can. I once closed the refrigerator door with my head still in the refrigerator, and I knocked myself out practically. So this is. I mean, I'm a new level of klutzdom. This is way up there. So listen, I've got to run now, but if you want to contact me off the air, and remember, my readings are half off. So take a look at the reading prices at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and then just cut them in half and save some money doing that. Especially recommend the $10 reading now you can get for $5. It's a 2-page report you get emailed to you. What else? I've got a lot of new stuff coming up. I like, as I told you ad nauseum before, I have had to redo my computer. I had to upgrade my computer, which means it killed off rendered a lot of files obsolete, but I've been reformatting them, which means I've been digging deeper and deeper into things I've done over the years. And I found some interesting esoteric occult stuff, which I can share with you at some point. But that's a story for another time. So if you want to see about my books, which I mentioned earlier, there's some the books, the supply is going to be replenished at Amazon. You can go to mojoacademy.org. There's a lot of really interesting stuff there, and books on all kinds of things, from the power of numbers to the proper way to shave with a straight razor. Yeah, see, manly stuff, right? That's the way it goes. So keep mojoacademy.org in mind. There's also a lot of nice CDs there. People still using CDs. I do. I still use 78 RPM records. I replace the needles too. So I'm a little old-fashioned, right? So do that. Take a look at all these things at magic-works.com, mojoacademy.org. And don't be shy about emailing me. Remember, Ask One radio listeners get a free mini reading. Now, you can't get a better price than that. I can't take half off of that one. Not at all. And also, you can go to my website and get a free birth chart. See, there's all kinds of free stuff there to entice you to come take a look at that and have a great time. So until we get together again next week, and we will get together again next week, I just want you to know that this is Reverend Elliot saying time flies, and brother does it. I just noticed that Earl Holliman, the actor, died. He was almost 100 years old. When I met him, he was like 60-ish. So yeah, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant readings.